Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Shai. Jimmy is out today. Well, we will have Mike Burke doing the Edge Report, but I will be with you later today for hot commodities.
All right. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, and as we look into the tape this Monday morning, not a ton to talk about. I mean, news-wise for markets, what are we seeing, Shai?
Right. So the big thing today is going to be the U.S., China. They're going to resume trade talks today in London. So we will keep everybody apprised of anything that comes out of those meetings. They are supposed to talk about the rare earths because what happened before, when they kind of had their deal before, critical minerals were not involved in the earlier deal that they had. The U.S. was upset about that, and then, they kind of had that blowout between the two. So now we're back to, Trump had that call last week with Xi that the markets liked, and then they are going to be, the teams are going to be speaking in London. It won't be actually the president and President Xi. It will be trade advisors from both countries. So we will definitely keep apprised of that. Depending on what happens, markets could take a turn for the better or for the worse. We'll see. Next on the docket, we need to talk about bonds, because bonds are becoming increasingly important for this market. And we have two auctions this week. One is the 10-year on Wednesday, which is expected to be fine. All eyes are on this 30-year auction on Thursday at 1 p.m. If you remember, we had a bad 7-year auction, and bonds took a dive and took the whole market with it. So if this turns out to be a bad auction, that could be, we could see markets retreat on that for certain. So we definitely need to keep an eye on that. We have Wall Street strategists have just decided they are now bullish on the market after this rally. JP Morgan specifically did a U-turn today, and they thought their previous target called for a 12% slump, and now they are bullish, and that was reiterated by Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. So I don't know, I always get worried when banks turn bullish at the top. Well, let's see what happens on that. And then on the commodities front for crude oil, we had hedge funds. The COT report came out on Friday. We had hedge funds boost their bullish stance on U.S. crude by the most in 5 months, increasing net long positions on WTI by 42,000 lots to 163 lots. So that's been the biggest jump since January. And we do still have crude up today over that psychological 64 area. And so next up is 65. I have 65.31, and then above that 66.14. So we'll see what happens to this market. And as we kind of talked about last week, I felt like some of these shorts were getting kind of squeezed out of the market, and it seems that according to the data, they have, and they've flipped now long.
When I pulled up COT data this morning, this is Jason Shapiro's crowded market report, COT data on NinjaTrader, and I got a weekly chart up here of crude. I was going to talk about crude this morning because, to me, crude is probably one of the more interesting markets, if not the most interesting market I see on the chart. So you get a weekly chart here, and where you look at going back to this weekly high of right here, which was the 17th of April, 64.41 high. We took that out. We've taken out previous week's high. You had the strongest weekly close we've had in a good period of time. When I look at this, it's bullish. And this is a market that we've been talking about with several of the guests, that this market, if anything, they were surprised that it wasn't higher, and now we're starting to grind back up. And I just look at this, and you look at the COT data. You got the large specs, the longest. They've been about the same on Jason's indicator. So they're still pretty bold up here, and you got the commercials pretty short. I mean, you look at crude, you're not getting a ton from the COT data at this current moment. And I know that was kind of something you were talking about. I guess you could see that maybe they are trying to build it back up here again. But nonetheless, when I look at it from a technical basis, hard to be bearish crude oil right now. But the question is going to be this week, Shai. You have you have CPI coming out middle of the week.
Yep.
That to me is the major market moving event this week, barring any headline that we don't, of course, know what could happen behind the scenes. But for the most part, to me, that's what we're waiting for. When I look at the markets right now, pretty quiet. I mean, S&P up modestly this morning. You've got Russell up nearly 1%. The Russell's playing catch up now. This is something we've talked about. We talked about that with Russell Rhodes last week. Watch the Russell as we also are in Russell Recon this month. It's Russell Reconstitution. Those of you that don't know what that is, it's an annually rebalance of the Russell 1000 and 2000. And I actually did podcasts on this with CME and CBOE that'll be coming out in the next week or two to explain it a little bit more. But that's going to be something to watch for a surge of volume this month in the Russell 2000. So they are leading right now. We're also looking at, gold is down modestly, but copper up 0.5%, silver up 1.25% almost, and platinum's up almost 4%. Platinum continues to be that story. I mean, I wish I was still in that trade. I don't have the ability to hold trades that long, and I wasn't able to get back in that trade, but that was really actually my best winner in May. And, platinum is one of those markets where it's like, look, it gets a little bit loose when it starts moving, but when it starts going, you cannot fade this thing. Like, do not look to try to pick a top in that market. You just get your face ripped off.
Absolutely. And again, we've been kind of stressing over, the last few weeks here that, the fundamentals are, again, behind this market. There's a deficit for the third year in a row. They're expecting another deficit next year. If we don't see a total slowdown in the global economy, obviously, this is very bullish for platinum that's used in a lot of renewables. And also, we have seen reports that, EV demand is not going to be what they expected it to be. Platinum's used in a lot of catalytic converters as well. And so if we don't see a decline in kind of that ICE vehicle buying, then that, again, contributes to kind of the upside fundamental picture for platinum.
Yeah. I mean, it's a market where I know Jason had talked about this. We're talking COT data this morning, continuing that conversation on platinum. He talked about that market as a market to watch for. It wasn't quite crowded yet, but it potentially was looking like it was something on his radar. So it's something to keep an eye on. Also, this morning, bonds pretty much flat on the 30s, down 5 ticks, big deal. When you look at the 10s, it's up 2 ticks. I mean, really flat bond market again. I think everyone's waiting for CPI midweek, more things to come out.
And that auction.
The
auction's very important because if you remember, I mentioned last week you had PIMCO and Double Line both come out and basically say, don't buy, the 30 years bad, don't buy the 30. So they're not putting their clients in the 30 year. So we definitely will have to see, how this auction does turn out.
Yeah, and good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing great on this Monday morning. Thank you for joining us here on NinjaTrader Live. Busy week. We got a huge week. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. Of course, Mondays, that's Tanja. This morning, we have a guest. Let's talk about our morning's guest. We got Ryan Littlestone, Forex Analytics partner there.
Yep, he's a partner at Forex Analytics with Blake Morrow, who we've had on before. So I want to talk to him about gold, silver, the yen, what's going on in the currency markets, what are the currency markets telling us, and what is he specifically looking at?
Yep. And Wednesday is a huge day for us this week. We've got Lab versus Lab. We've got Kane and Order Flow Labs on together. That'll be Leo on with Kane Wednesday. So
that'll be great.
Streaming together. It'll be a lot of fun. I look forward to that. And then also we've got Jared Tendler this week, who's going to be following the Order Flow Labs crew in the afternoon on Wednesday. And that's going to be a stacked day, but the morning starts off with Joseph Wang. Big guest.
So Joseph Wang on CPI day, So lucky that I could get him for CPI. He used to work for the Fed, so he's going to be the perfect person to break down the numbers with us.
And a lot of great guests throughout the morning and throughout the week. Busy week here at NinjaTrader Live. Hit that like button for us, everybody. Let's get that algorithm started as we are going early Monday morning. No one else is live like us this early.
Right?
Shy. And chat, give me an idea of what you guys are looking at this week. I don't talk to the chat enough. We don't have Jimmy here, so I'm like, the chat is my other.
Is your Jimmy today?
Is my Jimmy today. What are you guys seeing overnight? Talk to us a little bit in chat. What are the main markets you're focusing on this week? For me, Shy, it's going to be ZB. Put the symbol in that you're focusing in chat so I can have an idea of what you guys are focusing on. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of NQ or MNQ and ES, but I'm curious to see what other people in chat are focusing on. For me, it's ZB this week, and the reason why is because of what you said. You got the auction, you got CPI. I look at the markets right here. It's really not super interesting at this current point. I mean, equities continue to just sit near the recent highs. Again, barring any bad news, I don't see a reason why we don't make all-time highs, and it is what it is. But nonetheless, it's just a boring tape, and I think the only thing that really sparked this could be the CPI or data this week and what the bond market does, because unless President Trump comes out with anything crazy with tariffs, which at this point he's actually been pretty quiet about as we're leading into this 90-day close of this pause. This is the data this week, and that's going to be directly impacting the bond market, which I think could spark some interest across all asset classes. So ZB is the one I'm looking at, and CL is my second one. Alan Smith put CL.
Where it's at. I love it. Obviously, that's I heavily watch that market, so that's definitely the one that I'm particularly watching. I think will be interesting. Because if we do start to see higher prices in crude oil, that's going to filter into, even though they don't count energy, but it still filters into everything everybody does. You can't run a business without energy being a cost factor into your business. And so I think that'll be really important as far as inflation is going forward, since, we've kind of had the metals break out. Does crude oil follow?
Yeah. I mean, no doubt. And we talked about this last week. We talked about silver and oil. If they continue to break out. I mean, silver is not just a metal that you collect and put in your safe, or you buy in an ETF. It's a utility, right? And people are using it to make things. So silver is something to watch if it's breaking out. And then you have also copper remain strong. I'm not seeing what some of the softs are doing today. Corn's down minimally, but again, the surprises to the upside there. In those products. I mean, where inflation starts to rear its head. Again, that's why for me this week, ZB, you got the auction, and what happens on CPI will be very interesting, because it sets the tone.
Yeah. Today is kind of light on data. At 10 a.m., we have wholesale inventories and wholesale trade inventories. And at 11, we have New York 1-year inflation expectations. I don't really expect any of those to be market moving. Keep an eye on the New York Fed inflation expectations. Tomorrow, again, is going to be very quiet as well. We have all the data. Then it's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is just packed.
Yeah, no doubt. End of the week. This morning in my note, I put start the week off right. Good decision making is contagious. Bad decision making is contagious. Start the week off right with good decision making. It's important for me. It's always been to build a week with rhythm. And so when you come into a quiet week, stay patient, stay true to what it is your preparation is, and and like I said, build some momentum into the week. It's interesting reading some of the comments in chat. Van said ES mostly still learning how to navigate other markets. I love that, Van. Stay focused on ES. It's the market that most people come into futures with. Until you learn it, until you feel comfortable with it. I always say it doesn't really make sense to expand into other markets until you've got one under your belt that you feel at least comfortable with. You don't necessarily need to be making money with it, but you got to be comfortable with it. 2020 saying not bullish, but I hope it's a down day. I mean, we all hope we get one down day every now and then to trade. It doesn't happen often. Alan Smith saying CL's where it's at. My Serona says MES still new to futures and learning. Good, great product to learn on. To me, it's why MES and MNQ were created. I know I've talked with CME about this heavily back when micros were getting introduced, and we were talking a lot about it and saying, I said, this is going to be where a lot of, obviously, new traders are coming in because of the price point, but where a lot of strategies are going to be tested as well. I think that's also something that people don't look at enough. You could run automated strategies on that market for, obviously lower risk than you can on ES, and it's just a great product to learn.
Absolutely, and there are out there for other products too. You have the micro crude, you have gold, you have silver, so you can trade these smaller contracts as well in a lot of these commodities.
Yeah, I mean, people forget. I think, pretty sure micro gold was the first one. I mean, I was during this period of time when the micros were coming to play. I was talking with Simi a lot about these products. I'm pretty sure micro gold was the first one. I'll have to double check that though. But yeah, people forget about that. RTI Cooper is saying pretty interesting. Oil, oil again. Paulie's saying oil. I think oil bonds and DMH is a farmer. CSCLES DMH. Great to have you in here. That's really, really cool. Having a farmer in here. I love that. I'm curious what you think, DMH, about the price of softs going forward. Maybe you put that in chat and we talk about that as we...
yeah, absolutely. We don't talk about the grain market
as much as we should. We're starting to, though.
Yes.
We had Angie in here. She's got me looking at wheat.
I know, right? Now I'm looking at it more.
We've got a farmer in chat. We're picking up momentum here. All right. Well, we don't have Jimmy here, but we've got my guy, Mike Burke, for this week's Edge Report. Take it away, Mike.
Hey, so good morning. Interesting start to the day. Everybody's talking about crude oil, so let's take a look at a daily crude oil chart. Paulie H in the chat was saying that he thinks it could go up to 68 or 70. I agree with you, Paulie. This is the daily chart. I think we've been kind of range bound here from April, since April, and today we're really kind of breaking out of that 65 level. So if we could stay above that 65 level, I agree with you. I think there's a chance that this market could rally up to 70. So this is an interesting breakout day. If we look at the weekly on crude oil, you can kind of see that this looks still like we're in a bear market here. But again, we're kind of bottoming, coming off of that bottom, breaking out of that 65 level. We've got a ways to go before we get to the cloud, before we get any resistance. So I think there's free sailing here for crude oil as long as the as long as the fundamentals stay where they are. I think we could see a rally here in crude oil. Let's take a look at the Russell. That's where the action is so far today, and I agree with Deli that the rebalancing, the reconstitution of the Russell is going to kind of mix that market up this week. This is the weekly Russell. You can see that after we had kind of that shakeout in the early part of the year, we've been rallying. Notice though that we cannot really kind of get through that cloud yet. That cloud is acting as a little bit of resistance here as we move up, but it's a green cloud. We're in a bullish mode, definitely looking good today. That yellow line that you see there is the 52-week average. I think that is going to be the line in the sand for the Russell. I'm always bullish, as everyone knows. So if we can get above that 52-week average, we start getting through that cloud. I think the Russell could be kind of the leader for the rest of the year today. So we'll see. Let's go to crude oil. We're at crude oil. Let's go to gold. Sorry. So gold is down about 10 points today. This is the weekly chart again here. And we keep testing that 3,400 level. Last week we tested it for the third time, could not get up there. So again, that for gold anyway, that's the line in the sand. Look at the daily, get a little bit more of a better look here. So the two moving averages you see on the chart here, that cyan one is 21 moving average. The magenta is the 34 day moving average. And again, those are very close together. They make a really strong support level here for gold, as is that 3,300 level. So again, we have a little bit of a pullback here. That's normally what you see in a bullish market. I'm bullish gold here, so this is perfectly normal. We'll get a little bit of a pullback. We'll bounce off of those moving averages, or we'll bounce off of that 3,300 level. And I think we're still looking at higher prices in gold this year. Finally, let's take a quick look at bonds. This is the 10-year bond. This is where the action is right now. The 10-year yield is right at 4.5. I mean, you couldn't pick a more solid support or resistance level than 4.5. This market is really, if you look at this chart, I've drawn three horizontal lines. That middle line is at 111. That seems to be kind of the focal point for this market. That's the attractor. So we get too far below that, we get to 110, the market wants to come back to 111. We get too far above that, we get to go to 112, the market wants to come back to 111. Where are we right now? We're at 110. So, I think we're going to see a rally here in bonds. I think that'll take the 10-year a little bit lower. That'll be good for the market. That'll definitely be good for the Russell going into the rest of the week. So that is my edge report. I'm going to turn it back to Tracy and Deli.
Thanks, Mike. We are now joined by Ryan Littlestone, partner at Forex Analytics. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning to you both.
So you probably heard a little bit of the pre-market talk so far. We're talking a lot of bonds. We're talking a little bit of dollar, talking a lot of crude oil this week. Coming into this Monday morning, what do you see coming into this Monday morning for markets?
Yeah, we got a pretty busy one, I think, coming into to this week. We've had a lot of overnight news. Japan that's been driving the yen this morning. Obviously, the fallout from the NFP data. In the dollar as well. Seeing a little bit of a dollar pickup this morning, just as you guys come to town. I think we've got these trade talks going on in London between the US and China to see if there's any more progress going on there, rare earths and everything in the mix. So, we're lacking data, as Tracy mentioned earlier, but we're going to have a big week in headlines, I think.
So we talked about focusing on the bond market and the auction. What are your thoughts on the bonds and what they've been doing? Feels like a holding pattern to me. I'm waiting to see if we get some spark in the bond market this morning. You heard Mike even talk about how the 10-year is right at 4.5%, just sitting there. Kind of seems to be a sweet spot. Any thoughts on the bond and treasury markets?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Mike. That 4.5% level is something I watch pretty often, and it's a bit of a gateway. If we're going to see a real move, we need to break above that 4.5% mark, and then maybe the market's telling us something. I still feel with bonds, it's really about US confidence, investor confidence in the US at the moment. We're not rallying because the Fed's going to be hiking anytime soon, although they are on hold. But at the moment, a couple of weeks ago, we saw, with everything going on with US policy, we saw yields rallying and the dollar coming down. That was almost a US risk-off situation. I think we're not out the woods on that yet, but if we get further easing of these trade tensions, some deals lined up and signed and sealed, then I think that's going to be, we're probably going to see yields coming down a bit after that point, just a bit of reversal of that investor lack of confidence, and we'll see money shifting back into the dollar, into the US again.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about, we don't talk about currencies enough here, so I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about currencies and what currencies kind of affect, aside from the dollar, the U.S. markets the most. I know, like Blake has mentioned, the Mexican peso. What do you feel that traders should be looking at in the currency markets to kind of gauge markets in general?
Yeah, well, I think if you're talking about just from this investor confidence side and where the money's flowing, we've seen obviously a shift out of the US. A lot of that's gone to the euro. The euro's, touching multi-year highs up around 115. Even the pound cable, that's been up. And then you look at the more trade-related currencies like the Mexican dollar, which is approaching a very important level. We've got a level down here at 19 and a huge level down at 1850, which I'm keeping a close eye on. I've got a couple of shorts on from up above, and that's a big, huge level I'm looking at. And then we've got dollar CAD. That's following oil a bit in this rally, but we're again down at a big old level at 136.50. That we had a little break on Friday, but it's holding above for now. And if we do see things like oil continuing to break high, as you've pointed out, then you're going to see companies like dollar CAD breaking down a lot. But the euro's in a lot of focus at the moment as well.
And then what are your thoughts on kind of the gold market here? We've kind of taken a little bit of a pause. Are we headed down, or does this market still look bullish to you? What are your, kind of what levels are you looking at?
Yeah, I think all the drivers for gold are still there. We had a lot of Chinese buying, that's continuing. I think we got reports that the PBOC on their 7th month of buying after their little pause. It is trading as a risk currency as well, and that's partly due to what's happening with the US and trade. If investors, they may exit the US, but if they want to go into Europe, they're not exactly going there because growth is booming. So you're seeing gold still supported on that safe haven basis. Levels wise, yeah, as Mike said, 34, we're struggling to get above there and hold it. We got a sort of minor level 33.30 at the moment, which we held as resistance this morning, which could be pretty keen, could mean a move down, through 3300, maybe down to the mid 32s. But otherwise, everything that's keeping gold supported is still there.
And then would like to get your opinion on the silver market, because that we are seeing a breakout here. So can we get a squeeze even higher? What are you looking at there as far as levels?
Yeah, well, it's a definite break higher. 37.40.50, just off the top of my head, is a pretty big level. It's a historical high that we saw some years ago. So that's the next major level that I'll be looking at. Silver's been all of a sudden just blown out, but we're seeing that in some of the other precious metals. I think some of that is tied to China and this rare earths business that's going on there, because they are a big producer. So if they're putting export controls on, then you're going to see precious metals and the palladiums and all that sort of thing rallying higher as well. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot of. As for picking levels, I don't like to pick tops unless I see confirmation by the price action, i.e. a high, and then maybe a pullback. Then we test that high and either match it or pull up short. And then there's a bit of time in between those highs. Then you can maybe look at, if you want to try and fight a market, going short then. But at the moment, pullbacks are pretty shallow as well, anywhere down to, 35, 34 and a half, that sort of area is looking a bit fleeting at the moment. But then if you get a move down there, you probably want to be a bit scared as to why we're down there. So for me, it's just about level discovery at the moment for the short term.
Yeah, I've been looking at silver quite a bit, and someone in chat put about 39 is what they're looking for. I think that silver has got that potential too. But what's interesting, Ryan, is that you've got metals going up, you've got equities going up. I mean, what's going down really? You got nothing really, right? I mean, I'm looking at the chart. What's going down, right? Bonds ever so slightly, right? Although they can't really get any legs lower. And then you also look at crude going higher. And so when I look at the overall market, it's, there's always that thinking of, is somebody wrong? But maybe nobody's wrong. And maybe it's a time to buy equities. Maybe it's a time to buy metals. Maybe bonds just stay there. Maybe we're just in this era of that's what it is. Talk to us about that. I mean, maybe we haven't heard much on your thoughts on equities, but just the overall summary of what you're seeing in markets.
Yeah, I think this is just all this uncertainty. I mean, if you remove all this uncertainty from it, take Trump out the picture, I know we can't, but let's say we can, you look at the US economy, it's still not doing bad. And you've got to wonder, well, equities should be breaking to new highs. But because we've had this uncertainty hit and the market's not sure and the central bank's not sure, the Fed's not sure what's going to happen, is this uncertainty going to start impacting the hard data? We're not seeing it yet. We didn't see it Friday in the jobs report. If that happens, I think equities at the moment are going to continue to struggle. S&P's up at this 6K mark and the highs at 6100s. If you look at things like the DAX, European indices, some of them are breaking to all-time highs, and yet the US just seems a bit reluctant to do that. And I think if we can stay above this 6K level in SPX, then we're probably going to move on for at least an attempt on those 61.40 highs. But the longer it goes on, the market's going to get a bit antsy, I think, and think, well, if we're not going to get any good news, then the economy is going to go, and we don't want to be long if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the market, the equity market is definitely lacking energy right now. It needs a spark. We've had just a tale of three tapes this year. We had a tape where everyone was chasing it lower, and now everyone's chasing it higher. And well, maybe not now, but we're now at least we're in a consolidation. So you've had really three different market environments. And later this week we talked about CPI being the focus. Coming into this week, any positions? How are you guys positioned, and what do you see coming towards the end of the week, pre and post CPI? Some markets that you'll be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, well, I'm positioned short dollar MEX, but that was way up near 21, just when we had the first round of trade deadlines being hit and passed. I'm sure a bit of dollar yen at the moment, but it's we call it boat running over here at Forex Analytics, where you get a move like we saw on Friday up to 145, and then it rolls the other way, and everyone runs to the other side, and now we're down at 144. And I'm expecting the same to happen around US data, particularly CPI. It's obviously going to be impactful for the Fed if there's a big variation. They want CPI to keep coming down and hitting that 2% mark. It's still pretty sticky. So if it's another hot one, then the market's going to say, well, that's the Fed staying on hold for longer, and the dollar might get a little bit of lift. But as I've been noticing from any good US data at the moment, any dollar rallies keep getting hit, but it doesn't last long. Then it runs out of puff, and you need another catalyst, or then you get a headline the opposite way, and it goes the other way again. So for now, I've got to roll with the punches. It's really quite hard as a trader with all this input coming in left, right, and centre from geopolitics and policy and Feds and central banks. So I'm trading really, really short term at the moment. And if I get a level that hit, I'll take some profit, lock in the rest, and see where it goes from there. But I'm not marrying any trades, I can tell you that.
Yep. Any final questions for Ryan, Shai?
So I'm not sure. If you look at the Bitcoin market at all, at the cryptocurrencies, we do have Bitcoin futures, but I'm not sure if that's something you take a look at. And if you do, what are you seeing there?
I do keep half an eye on it. You can't not if you're trading markets. And you know, where's the bottom? If you're looking at something like Bitcoin, I mean, we're up, pretty high at the moment. I think it needs a break above that sort of 110, 111 area, and then take out the prior highs, get that move, and then we're probably off and running again. But anywhere below sort of 101.50, below 100 level, then I think something might have changed, and we're heading lower. But it's a buy the dip market at the moment, and it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, everything seems like it's by the dip.
Right.
We'll see what bonds think about that later this week. Ryan Littlestone, everyone. Follow Ryan on Twitter, Forex Flow Live, partner at Forex Analytics. Love what you guys do at Forex Analytics. Obviously, Blake's been on the show. Big fan of Blake. Ryan, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Nice to be on. Thank you.
You know, Shai, it's one of those moments where, when I look across the tape, it's just everything is kind of going up. Obviously, the only thing that's not is a little bit of bonds, from at least what I watch, right?
Right.
I'm not deep into the currency market the way that Ryan is and Blake, but it's I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we could either try and fade these types of tapes or just go with it. I just find it to be at some point this crossroad where what happens with the equity markets, with the inflation starting to creep back in. Does the bond market start to tell us anything more than what it's done? Because it's really ultimately been very rangy. And what happens here? I mean, it's I feel like we're at this moment where it might be just this for a while, but something is soon going to be unraveling here, I think.
Yeah, I think I would keep an eye out this week. It feels like this week something's coming. I don't know which way it's going to push the market exactly, but again, we've got CPI, and we'll talk a lot about that before those numbers come in and what the expectations are. All the banks haven't sent their expectations yet, but the ones I have seen so far expect it to run a little bit hot. And so what is that going to do to the equity market? I'm sure that it will not like that so much, but is that just a kick down and then they buy it back up? We're going to have to see. And then, of course, today, any kind of breakdown in China-U.S. trade talks in London today would probably not be a good thing for the market. So we'll see what comes of that, because they're talking about these critical minerals, which are very important to technology, chips, et cetera, which is all attached to AI, which is the NASDAQ, right? So, so that's going to be important.
Yeah, so to be clear, President Trump is not there, but this is his team in London talking with the Chinese about tariffs.
Correct.
Yeah, so you never know. You never know what comes of it. All right, Shai, thank you for everything this morning. Again,
Thank you.
lot to watch this week.
So absolutely, I'll be in the chat. And of course, any headlines that come through, I will let you guys know right away. And I'll also put them in the ticker that you see below it.
Thank you, Shai. All right, everyone, let's bring him in. Pharm on a Monday. Bright blue. He's ready to go. You look fresh, man. For a Monday, boy, do you look fresh. You look sharp today.
Well, wait for it, Deli. I'm on single dad duty for 10 days. This is day 4. So give it a couple of days and you're going to be like, what in the hell happened to that guy? So
did you flip the Uncle Buck big pancake with the shovel?
Always. My second son always has to have just the biggest pancake in the world. Of course, he eats like an eighth of it, but it's got to be huge or else he's not going to touch it.
So this morning we come in on a Monday morning, Pharm, and I mean gold's pretty much flat. It's down minimal, a few bucks. It's nothing. But you got platinum up 2.5%. You got silver up almost 1%. Copper's up almost 1%. Bonds are flat. Equities up again. Why wouldn't they be? Why would they be down? I mean, they never go down. And when you look at it across the board, and this is when I sit back and I just look at everything, it's like at some point I'm going, okay, what's going on here, right? You have metals continuing to go up and making new highs, right? You've got maybe not gold today, but overall gold we all know is in this big bull market. Silver's breaking out, platinum's breaking out, oil is not breaking out, right? I think that's important. You got CPI this week. You got the bonds sitting at really some of the lower prices they've been over the past several months. They're not quite in the lows, but not necessarily bullish. And then you got the 10-year sitting right at, as Mike Burke said, 4.5%. And we're just in this moment where it's like, okay, what's going to happen here? What's going to spark energy to get equities to all-time highs? Because they do feel super stagnant up here. It could be the most unenjoyable tape I can remember. I look at it and go, I have no interest in even trading this market right now. All of the focus seems to be on the metals, which continue to be going higher. I mean, what gives here?
Yeah, I agree. Equities have been sluggish into the highs. I mean, obviously the buy the dip response has been strong, has been firm, but just very sluggish into the highs, and looks like we're probably going to see a little bit more rotation here. And so, I mean, you've just got to find the theme or the narrative. Looks like we're going to run the Ponzi's this week, maybe the Russell. So just find like the biggest piece of trash that has a narrative and kind of run with that one. It's like, I think it's when equities get like this, it just seems like every time we just, let's go squeeze some shorts. I mean, equities are getting a little boring. NQ's, maybe getting a little bit sluggish here. We'll go squeeze some shorts somewhere. And that's just is what it is. And it's summer. So no real surprise. It's kind of a bummer that we're going to get into some summer trading already, and after the excitement we had to begin the year, but it is what it is.
Exactly, it is what it is. I mean, and we've got rollover coming up in equity indexes. We know that bonds and currencies already rolled. So let's take a look at the charts. Let's go into it. I'm going to start off with silver, and also in chat. Good morning, chat. Everybody, hit that like button. As we really are excited to have you here on this Monday morning. Let's get more and more people in here, and put in chat, what is the market you're focusing on this week? Because I think it's a week where when I come in, my focus is going to be on what does the bond market do, because it's in this moment where either they're going to start accelerating lower off of CPI, and maybe that starts to drive things outside of just their market. Into equities, and maybe some stuff happens more in metals, and not that they're not busy enough. But that's the market I'm watching. I think equities, they just look bullish to me. Metals still look bullish to me, but bonds are in that market coming off of that bond auction that Shai is talking about, and CPI. I think that's something to watch for. So in chat, put the symbol that you're most focused on this week. Here's the silver chart. Somebody said 39 in chat. What I look for anytime a market, this is a daily chart of silver. Anytime a market breaks out and we start to go up with the Bollinger Bands going out like this, okay, what do I look for? I look for what that old Bollinger Band peak was. And so when I see that old Bollinger Band peak, I look at this and say that's a key level. That comes in at roughly 39 and a quarter, let's call it. That to me is where the target is going to be in silver. I think that's like this, unfinished business where a market potentially starts to run out of gas, and it could go up there. I mean, that would still be a decent move from here. I mean, that's almost 10% more from here, which in the metals market's not that big of a deal, but I think that's likely where silver's headed. I would not fade this thing right now. I like silver. I don't trade it really that often. It's funny. I find myself trading platinum these days, but I'm not trading silver. But to me, it's a market where I think if you're day trading it, you're looking at really only longs at the current moment. I'm going to go to gold too, just because if we're looking at what's happening in silver, let's take a look at what's happening in gold. Gold's in a holding pattern off the high. I drew the anchored VWAP from the high, and you can see we're just sitting right on it. And it's just the standard deviation lines are flat, moving averages are flat. Gold is out of favor right now with platinum and silver breaking out. And so I look at those markets and say, that's where the action is in silver and platinum. Gold, two-way tape, still obviously leaning bullish, but wouldn't be too interested in overstaying my welcome on either side of that market. I wouldn't be shorting it. I don't like shorting metals anyway, but for the most part, when I look at that market, I think it's a two-way tape when I look at gold. Platinum, this was the area I talked about. I was working bids here. I never got filled. I mean, I was long on this move up in here. It was actually one of my better trades for a while. I haven't done much lately. It was my best trade in May. Was long platinum. I got out of it. It didn't let me back in. And, of course, look at this big move that happens now. But when you look at it overall, I look at it and going, you're just breaking well above. Remember I talked about silver at that 39 level? Remember I said before, if you remember, my target was 1,115 in platinum. That was that peak, and that's why I covered somewhere in here for platinum. If you look at if you go back to silver real quick, and I'll show you how much stronger platinum is. It's kind of crazy. So you see, this is that moment where I look at it and go to trade that peak. So imagine like basically platinum is like way up here. If you compare apples to apples in terms of technicals and you go back to platinum, this was those old peaks. And so look at that. This goes to show you that when these, especially commodities, when they start running, boy, man, you just cannot fade them. Do not look for the quick buck against the grain when you're going against metals or any sort of commodity out there, because when you have supply and demand, where this is a demand for platinum, there's been a demand for silver, and it starts going with technicals, these puppies run, man. And these things are not nice, and they don't turn around easily. And when they do, they're fierce on the turnaround too. So it's something to watch. But for now, it doesn't look like it's about ready to turn around just yet on platinum. We'll see though. Next, I'm going to go to crude oil, because crude oil, it's funny seeing a lot of people talk about it as well. Again, put in chat what markets you guys are keeping an eye on this week. Mike Burke says keep an eye on VIX this morning on the open. I mean, gold, VIX has got to be, I'm not even seeing what it's doing. It's got to be low at this point. I haven't watched it, what it's been over the last few days. I just look at the tape and I know it's going down. But look at what's happening here in oil. Actually, let's spread this out a little bit. So if I look at oil, I'm actually going to delete this because I don't need that anymore. When I look at oil, it's breaking out of this range. And so mid 64s is getting broken out. And, above moving averages, Bollinger Bands are expanding and going upward. Man, when I look at oil, when I see Bollinger Bands tight like this is not quite the John Carter kind of scenario. He likes the Bollinger Bands a lot tighter, but it is kind of like it. And it's similar to what I look at in terms of Bollinger Bands when they start to expand and I look for the peaks. I mean, dare I say that 77 could be in play? And it seems like such a huge move because crude oil has been in such a tight range, but really think about it, it's 12 points away, and look at, we rallied, basically 12 points off the low. So if you look at those equal distance moves that a lot of people do, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, oil starts getting a move here. My big picture area to look for would be mid 77s. We'll see if it's sustainable. I don't like just 1 or 2 day breakouts, especially when you're looking at, a commodity like oil, because it's really been very much when we get to the top or bottom of the range, there's been some sort of headline to pull it back in. But for now, pretty bullish. For day traders, I'd be looking more at the long side, not the short side. And as time goes by, this might be a market I start to look for longs, as I think that the mid to high 70s could come into play. And what does that mean for equities? Again, you've got metals going up, you've got crude oil going up. We'll see. bonds. This is the focus this week before I get in equity indexes. Bonds, like I said, they're a little bit weaker right now. I've got an anchored VWAP off of the recent low, off of this big volume down bar where the market got really kind of oversold in bonds. And it's not sitting too far from that VWAP, which is 112.04. Right now, it's basically trading 112. It's trading 111.31. Below moving averages. Man, this week, let's see what happens with the auction. Let's see what happens with CPI. Is it make a new low? What happens here? Does it go back up in this range? If it rallies, total snooze fest. I expect equities to catch a really strong bid. If I see the bond market go up in here, it's just like whatever with the bonds and equities. I just think you just bid them. But if bonds come down with crude oil breaking higher, with silver breaking higher, I think you're going to see a somewhat cautious equity market that is not super interested in buying into rallies. That's just my initial thought. We'll see how it plays out. But that's why the bonds to me are the focus, because if they do go bid here, I think, boy, I just don't see a reason why S&P just doesn't keep running higher. If it does go offered here and takes out this low, we'll see. Let's not forget when bonds were going down quicker earlier in the year, we were as well. I know it was tariffs, but we'll see what happens. If it does nothing, then it does nothing, but something to watch. Let's look at ES coming into it. I mean, there's nothing bearish about this at all. I see nothing bearish about this tape. And believe me, I've looked. It's just a grind higher. I can't even really get into a tape like this. There's no way to manage risk. The Bollinger Bands are bumpy, choppy, nothing clean about it. Day traders market. Narrow dips are bought. Why fade it? I don't see any reason to. I mean, I do not see much stopping this thing from just going up and up and up and probably mid 62 to 6,300. I don't see a big deal why that can't happen. The only way I would start getting bearish S&P is if we had a daily close below 57.50. I mean, I don't see that happening this week. So, any sort of dip, I would love to see a dip come back down to 5,800 to 57.50. I would be a buyer there of ES. That would be a full swing position for me. But they're not giving me anything else to do up in here. I can't trade around an 8-day moving average and buy it when it's 10, 20, 30, 40 points above it almost every single day. It dips narrowly into it and just grinds higher. I mean, it's just nothing to do. Day traders market. You look at NASDAQ, it's the same thing. I mean, I don't see a reason why NASDAQ can't go to 22.8. I think it's just going to grind there. It's probably going to frustrate the hell out of everybody to get there. But where could I be bearish? I mean, the only way I would even look to start being bearish is if a daily close below 20,750 in the NASDAQ. I mean, again, it's unrealistic right now in this environment. It'd be a big move, but that's what I see. I mean, equities are grind higher. You could see a pullback this week, again, if the bond market, if something happens with inflation data. That's all I could see. And that pullback likely gets bought, but at least we have a pullback to trade. If not, grindy higher, man. I mean, that's what it is. That's my outlook for the entire tape. No positions for me at the moment. I didn't even show Russell because I'm not going to really trade it right now. But let's wait and see. I'm going to be eyeing crude oil this week, likely for any sort of swing long for myself. And depending on what happens in inflation data, if S&P can pull back, I'd like to buy that. But that's all I've got. What do you got, Pharm?
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in crude. I'm going to have to chart it. Doing extra charting when single dad life is a little bit difficult, but I'm watching up to about 65.80. It either fails here in these 65s up to, again, call it 65.80s, going higher. I mean, if it gets over 72.50s, like 72.60s, if it clears that spot, definitely probably going to put some pressure on bonds. It may not come back for a while if it gets those 72.60s. So definitely interested to see what that has. I have NQ up to start. So naturally, I charted NQ for you guys. And so it's probably going to be the sluggish market. And I think it is going to, but it was it looked a little bit more clean to me. So I was planning to trade it. And I do have a long position overnight from the overnight low, basically. And so it just looked clean, right? And it gave me the setup last night. But clearly, the Russell is the strongest. And so the moment I chart the Russell, then that'll be in trouble and you won't want to trade that anymore. But NQ looks fine. What I like about it is just this nice, big, beautiful, clean distribution from last week here. And so we could see rotational trading in that range. And again, it does look like NQ did not take out its Thursday's high on Friday. It was an inside day, and it's a decent high. Nothing like to be super concerned about. Obviously, we saw that sell-off, which was, partially news-driven with the Elon Trump tariff. But I'm very much paying attention to potential for NQ weakness. And here I am, sitting long from overnight just because that's the trade that presented. But we do see this a lot, right? Where sometimes NQ, gets run up and then it finds, a decent high and then it gets a little bit sluggish and something like the Russell picks up. And that's what we're seeing here overnight. But I do like how clean it is here. So, like basically this 630s to 890, let's just call it big picture, to me is like kind of a rotational trade. And I shouldn't say 890 because that would wick over Friday's high. But basically any kind of failure to sustain above Friday's high and take out that Thursday high is potentially a short. But again, you're not super excited to short equities here just because they've been so firm on dips. But if you do see something like that, there's a fair crack at that on the short side. I was more looking to see, I was more looking to buy like these 630s, 650s if things got a little bit line overnight. As it is, we just sort of wicked through Friday's low, and then I got long around 730s. And that is what it is. But I could see this coming back in. So we had these big overnight singles from NFP on Friday. This is a 5-minute chart, but you can tell there were single prints here. And we came down one time on Friday. We came down a second time on Friday to put in the low. Now we've dipped into them a third time, which is kind of funny. I mean, because overnight singles I generally consider to be less strong than RTH singles, but they've now held a third test. And so that makes me wonder on ES. So we came in and we tested the singles for the ES singles. We tested those on Friday and that held and, of course, put in the generational low. And so I wonder, if the Qs are weak at the open, if that drags a bit on ES, and maybe we get an opportunity to see Friday's low on ES. I think that's wildly optimistic. And I say that while I'm long. So I'm not calling for it. I'm well managed on that trade, not calling for it, but I just kind of feel like that could be in play just because NQ looks a little bit sluggish. Now, that can all change at RTH open. RTY has been bid all night, and then we open cash, and then maybe, the Qs just take off, right? But on ES, the biggest thing to me is 59.87.5. We had a 3-week balance. And the breakout attempts were just so sluggish. And you can see that here. We tried to break it here. We tried to break it here, tried to break it here. And then we had that Thursday liquidation. And, here we are back. We did make a higher high. And now we've got a cash hours high on ES as well. That's okay. Not fantastic, but at a decent location as well. And so the chop, the slop, the grind, it doesn't really surprise me too much. But I do think that that's kind of the biggest level. And what do you know? That's basically where Friday's low sits. 84.5, I think, was Friday's low, was just a quick peak below there. So, to me, that's kind of what I'm looking for is longs. I'm favoring longs. It's just hard to want to be short until sellers prove a willingness. At least on ES below those 87 halves, bare minimum requirement. And I don't get remotely bearish at that point, but you start to ask questions why can we not sustain, this break away from, that 3-week range? And I think it's just sluggish, right? It's not bearish. Every single bearish setup has not produced bearish results lately. And so, if you do get some kind of bearish setup, you just let it play out and then see where sellers gas out and then see where buyers step in and then press the buy button basically until or unless there's any kind of major technical damage done. And, if there's not, if this 87.5 sustains, and again, I'm including potential dip down, maybe a quick sweep of Friday's low, I think would be fine. Potentially even into these low to mid 70s would be okay. And I start to ask questions below, this 56 to 59, but you really don't want to see this given back, this 87.5. But as long as that sustains, and we don't see traction below Friday's low, then I think you're looking up towards 60-40. And I have some concerns about the 60-60s, like 60-62 to 60-66. That would be equivalent to the Thursday NQ high structurally. And we saw, obviously, there was pretty significant pullback off that Thursday high on NQ. So that's what I'm kind of watching. Big picture, it is just a sluggish grind. And so to me, I'm charting them both. I'm watching them both. I'm looking for, which appears to be relatively strong at the time. But most important to me is the setup. And so that's where, like, I kind of felt that the Qs were a little bit weak. But at the same time, that's what offered me the setup last night. And so, again, came down, swept out Friday's low. I love to see that. And then based out back above it. So that's kind of what the trade was. So I think if bulls can sustain these, kind of 760s to 770s at the open, then maybe we can find a rotation up to towards, anyways, Friday's high. But it was an inside day, right? So you're effectively playing that almost like a box, right? So if you break Friday's high, then we can test Thursday's high if you sustain above Friday's high. Anyways, this is NQ. Yes, it was not an inside day. And then if you sustain below Friday's low on NQ, then potentially some trouble, and potentially, in theory, Thursday's low, possibly not. ES is, again, a little bit different story. It was not an inside day. And so, to me, the best and the cleanest trade would be, again, coming in and maybe taking out Friday's low. And I don't know that we're going to get that. It seems like, we had the Asia session bear market last night, right? I hope everybody survived that okay. But ES barely offered a pullback. So it's hard for me to get excited to want to trade ES. And so that's where I was in with NQ, just based off the fact that it offered me a setup, but I do think it's going to be relatively weak here. So I think patience is in order. I'm not looking to buy any kind of micro pullback. That's just not my style. I don't really care to take those trades. But if I do see sellers come in, it's one of those situations that we've talked before. So show me at the open, if we come in and we sell, show me that you can drive through the overnight low on ES. Show me that you can drive through Friday's low on ES with continuation. And anything short of both of those occurring, I'm looking to press the buy button and take things back up. So, and I would even still probably, given that we haven't tested Friday's high, I would probably still watch these 70s today, because, again, to me, it's just, if you see some kind of sell side response come in, just wait until they've sort of gotten it out of their system. Because once that buy program turns on, it just doesn't turn off. So I'm leaning in that direction now. I am very cautious because of the NQ high and the fact that it's sort of shifted. We usually see that play out over days and potentially weeks, though, where you get a little bit of rotation into the Ponzi's with the Russell. And ES can typically grind just a little bit higher, and NQ just sort of chops around. But there's always a possibility that plays out a little bit more quickly, and NQ weakness manifests directly into ES weakness. So I'm not calling for weakness at all, and I'm fully focused on longs here. But I am going to maintain awareness that NQ put in a decent high, and then did not find that high on Friday. So did not test or take out Thursday's high on Friday. And then now we have a cash hours decent high on ES. So I do want to be keep that in the back of my mind, plan to buy the dip. And then if sellers show us something and they come in and they stuff this through the overnight low, through Friday's low, through the back test of that 3-week balance, then I'll pay attention, and we'll look and see if they actually are willing to defend a lower high after that. So that's really what I'm looking for today. And I'm keeping an open mind, and I would love to see some volatility. I think that's the only dip that hasn't been bought, right? I think you were saying that everything's being bought. How about the dip in volatility? Let's buy that dip and open up ranges a little bit. I would love to see that, but we just haven't yet. So that's what I'm thinking for today, Deli.
Yep, no, I think it's spot on, really. I mean, the way I look at this tape right now is that you better really believe in your preparation, because most day traders that are new are going to come in and overtrade this, overthink it. I look at it and go, you got to force me in here. I mean, this is one of those tapes where, the portfolio, we used to laugh on the trading floor. We used to be like, the portfolio is doing great. Don't screw it up in the pit. And what that means is if your money's invested and stocks are going up, that's great. If it's a quiet grind, let it happen, right? That's why you have stocks for. That's why you have investments. But you go in there and try to overtrade that tape, not good. And, with CPI being in the middle of this week, hard to see a Monday get off to any sort of exciting start. We see Shy putting some things in there this morning that might start to move us a little bit. She said White House senior advisor has said U.S.-China meeting today to be short but bear results. We'll see if President Trump is tweeting about this later. Maybe, just maybe, that does spark something. I'd be shocked if he said anything bearish about it, right? I mean, he has gone actually just totally away from the negativity, which he was earlier in the year, and now every tweet seems to be pretty bullish from everything he's saying. So he's gone from I don't care about the market to where I'm not going to say almost anything negatives. But we'll see. Again, it'll be interesting today, as that is something that's happening. Remember, President Trump is not at these discussions. His team is there speaking with the Chinese today in London. So keep an eye on that, and just minimal data today to come out. But appreciate you as always, Pharm. Thanks for laying it out there each and every day for us to take a look at what's happening. I always love seeing what you have to look at in the markets. And I love hearing you talk about the Russell. And people you have to really listen to Pharm. He's got some little lines throughout there that are pretty funny. You have to make sure you really listen to what he's saying throughout the morning. And I get a lot of chuckle from it each and every week. So I appreciate you, my brother. Always fun. And I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Daily. Take care.
All right, everybody. It's Monday on NinjaTrader Live. What does it mean on Monday? That means Tanya's here. I saw Tanja in chat. Let's get those likes jacked up for Tanja, as it is Trading the Open with Tanja Trades. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning, Anthony. How are you doing? How was your weekend?
Great. I'm relaxed. I feel pretty chill right now coming in to this probably slow Monday, but excited to be here with you. Not a lot of news this morning. I don't know if you caught much of what we were talking about. Some stuff. Metals continue to be the topic of conversation. We've got President Trump probably going to make some comments at some point today about his team meeting with the Chinese in London about tariffs. I know that we'll be tuned in for that. And of course, Tracy will put that out throughout the morning in chat. Got a little bit of news, I think, at 10 Eastern. I don't know if it's red folder or not. I don't think so. But it's your favorite week, Tanja. I thought about you when I saw what was coming out this week. When I looked at the economic calendar, CPI week.
Yeah, it is CPI week. I mean, last month's CPI was lackluster. I remember all those high impact news events barely moved the market. So I'm hoping for more, like Pharm said, by the dip in volatility, let the volatility come back into play. Yeah, I mean, I had a good weekend, good restful weekend after last week's NFP was definitely difficult for me. So I'm happy I got a little bit of a rest there. And here we are on the daily chart. I think Pharm even mentioned this, that ES took out Thursday's high on Friday. NASDAQ failed to do so, didn't do it yet. And I feel like it's just kind of like on a slow chug up. Because I feel as if every time we have a lagger into the market, it's not really a reversal, it's a very short-lived one. And then the lagger ends up becoming the leader, and then it catches up and takes out the high. And I feel like there's just been a lot of that going on because I've been seeing it in the market, and it's just been a tough tape in that regard, that we're in the daily, we've just stayed in this range-bound type action, slow grind up, pretty tough to deal with. But then we'll just have to go down into the lower time frame charts. But yeah, I'll mark out this on the NASDAQ here, this Thursday high, so we can see the comparison to ES's Thursday high that we did take out. And I believe we're back up in that area again. It's hard to be bearish. So I think the chat is mostly bullish today as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you got 58% bullish, Tanya, 16%. That's the lowest I've seen in some time, bearish, and 26% neutral. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what that's telling me when you've got that many people bullish. Now 59% bullish. Remember voting that poll. We've got 460 something votes in there right now. Curious what you guys think about today's market. So I don't know, Tanya. 60% bullish, 15% bearish, roughly 25% neutral.
Yeah, that's definitely higher bullish than usual when it's around 60%. Most people are bullish, and yeah, only 15% bearish. It shows the kind of market we're in. I mean, people don't want to be fading the trend, especially on the 4-hour. We've been trudging back up. We'll see if the Nasdaq perhaps continues to the upside. I see that here we came back down in this at 2 a.m. at the London low. We did sweep out the previous 4-hour candle low, and now we're back up into this range, so we can continue up higher. And I'm seeing this actually, it's kind of interesting that I think, NQ came back into this fair value gap and this London low, but ES did not, kind of stayed up. So I do want to see what that looks like on the lower time frame. Yeah, so far here we have, so it makes it kind of difficult there. It's like that exactly what I've been saying just now before, where ES, we took out that Thursday high on Friday, and NASDAQ did not. So actually, yeah, and the NASDAQ came and swept this little low here. So NASDAQ is definitely a little bit weaker, but I do like that it did sweep this into here, and now we're back up. So I'm leaning bullish from that 4-hour, and it's more likely than not I'll definitely mark out Friday's high. Seems like we're going up there. Friday's high. There's no reason for me to really be fading this. I mean, unless I see the next 4-hour take out this previous and we start failing, then I'd rather short NASDAQ since it is a bit weaker in that regard. I think Pharm said the same thing. It's kind of, I do like listening to you guys before, and I'm like, okay, cool. We have pretty much similar thoughts here. That's typically a good thing. And I think the chat is actually pretty similar too. So let's see here. Yeah, so during that retracement here, actually this is like during midnight. Okay. We came back and swept into this area. I do like that. And now we're showing bullishness again. I mean, we're closing above swing highs and remaining above them. So I'm leaning more bullish towards Friday's high. Don't really totally love the way that we have been having price action, but we do have a divergence at the low, so I feel as if at the open we could just start pushing up higher without any kind of manipulation that I typically look for, since we already had it here. Yeah, I'm pretty bullish there. There's a lot in my notes. I'm writing that if we do retrace, or if we do have a reversal, then I'd rather short NASDAQ. But overall, I'm more bullish, so I'd rather not really look for shorts in general. But yeah, I think that's
Yeah, I think it's
my
important.
analysis here. What do you think about that?
I think it's important that you pointed out, if you're going to short a market, you're going to short the weaker one. I think that's the most important thing. When you're looking at counter trend trading, you don't want to be shorting the stronger one. I mean, day traders, you're going to trade both sides of the market anyway. Everyone can talk about in the poll that they were 60% bullish, 16% bearish. If you get a strong short signal and you're getting it at S&P and NASDAQ, I'm of the belief, and I know you are as well, short the weaker one. I never want to short the stronger one. I only want to buy the stronger one. I want to short the weaker one if I'm going to get short. And so just remember, for you active traders out there, I think it's important, if you're trading S&P and NASDAQ, to not try to buy the weaker one in a strong tape, or to sell the stronger one in a weak tape. Hopefully I said that right. Get confusing. But yeah, ultimately, you want to be shorting the weak, buying the strong when you're trading the two indexes. I think it's extremely important.
Yeah, totally. And so I'm also going to mark out a Friday's high in ES. We're really close to it, actually. So the only way that I would really look for reversals maybe is if ES takes out Friday's high, NASDAQ doesn't, then we start seeing some more failures, and then I'd maybe look for shorts. But other than that, I wouldn't look for anything like that. Um, And I mean, what's interesting is like I might look at other stocks like Tesla to see our sentiment, especially since that's been in play a lot recently with on last Thursday, I believe. Yeah, it was like a meltdown, dropped down 14% that Thursday afternoon is where NASDAQ actually finally had some follow through to the downside in intraday. Like wasn't, it was actually the highs were respected on the downside. Lower highs were respected and we were making lower lows. But then on Friday, I believe like we came back up around 4% on Tesla. So I think that's a major mover in NASDAQ to be looking at for more sentiment. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm not too keen on today because it is, when is rollover, by the way? We still have we still have like,
A week from today.
okay, a week, right? Okay, I was like, we still have some time until that.
Yeah.
I'm not too concerned about that too much. But today we don't really have high impact news. We have CPI, which is cool, later on in the week, my favorite. And PPI is also a favorite of mine. And then Friday, yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are probably going to be more fun in the market or like larger ranges, I hope. I think last month we weren't really seeing that as much, but we'll see. We'll see if that injects the volatility in the market. We'll have to see later in the week. Today, I'm reminding myself of might be smaller ranges. So if I don't find like a long to Friday's highs, then I'll sort of wait, and a reversal is totally possible because of the fact that we retain those smaller ranges. So then it makes sense that we'd come back into the range. Let's see. Let's check out the ATR actually on the daily. I think it was around like 350 on NASDAQ last time I checked. I check on the last 5 days, everybody, by the way. See how little the volatility is always so funny seeing this. Okay, so around 368 points on the NASDAQ as our ATR. And today, how much should we move so far? Let's see. Like 100-ish points. Yeah, like 100 points. Okay, so we have some more upside. Friday's high is totally possible, especially that's only like 60 points away. And it can then go to Thursday's high. That's totally within that ATR range. So I don't, yeah, okay. That's important for me to know. Is that okay? I wouldn't just totally look to fade from here because going for Thursday's high is possible as well. Let's see ES here on the daily. Yeah, around average true range of 80 points over the last 5 days. And on ES, we moved about 20 points. Okay. We can totally expand higher then, maybe today. Especially Friday's kind of strong. Yeah. Not too much higher, but Friday took out Thursday's low on NASDAQ. So that's also showing that NASDAQ was weaker because then that was provided the reversal actually on ES. So we got to definitely keep that in mind.
And those ATRs seem high. The tape feels so much quieter than that.
Oh yeah, because honestly, that's like the average true range for just the entire daily candle. And I've noticed during the New York AM session, NASDAQ has been like an average range of 150 points or 200 max. It does definitely feel quiet in the mornings. So it's always like I'm literally always just like reminding myself, don't push it too hard right now until we start seeing more volatility. Otherwise, it's just not too exciting, not too exciting tape, especially for swing traders. I mean, you're a swing trader, right? And you said you're not in any positions at the moment.
I mean, I have not done almost anything. I think I've had one trade going back over 3 weeks in equity indexes. That's how long it's been.
Yeah,
Nothing
I
for me
know.
to do.
Exactly. And I basically swing trade on options trades, and I haven't touched options since like since we were like in the 1800s for NASDAQ. And I will maybe actually no, I haven't touched options since right here actually when I looked at this low getting taken out, and then we had this nice push up. But other than that, right here, actually here towards this high, and then I was like, all right, I'm done. We haven't done much else. And I've talked to other options traders. They haven't done, it's been pretty slow for them for the past couple months, they've said. And it makes sense because for options, I mean, that's why I like futures better. But for options, you know, you're fighting against theta. And so that's really a premium killer in consolidation conditions if you're just going long or short, if you're not doing like an iron condor or something like that. So definitely a market to be a little cautious in.
I wanted to bring up crude oil to you because that's a market that I'm actually looking at some swing positions on. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the crude oil market. Do you look at it often?
Yeah, I
all?
don't look at it too often, but on Friday I did because I was kind of bored, I think around Thursday, something like that. The crude oil, could take a look here, sure. Okay. Well, it is 15 minutes until maybe we'll have to do that tomorrow since it is 15 minutes until until open right now. Let me see here. Oh, I really barely have my charts set up for that. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, that's interesting, actually. We swept all that sell side here. Huh. It looks pretty bullish,
I know I'm
honestly.
throwing this on you. It does.
It looks
Yeah.
quite bullish. Like it does seem like it feels like a lot about well actually this is like from never mind, this is from April. Maybe I need to go on a different yeah, I have to roll my crude oil option. My crude oil I've never traded, so I have to I have to take a look at that one later
I'd
for
be
you.
curious. I think it'd be a market that you would trade very well. I'd be curious what you think of it. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow in our prep. I'll throw that in there for you, so I'm not throwing you on the spot on a Monday morning coming into trading the Nasdaq and the ES.
Oh,
But
here you
it is
are.
breaking out now, and I think yeah.
Here you are. Yeah. Yeah, it is breaking out, I guess. I think I was looking out. So you're looking for swing longs in it?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't seem too
I
bad.
think it's got potential.
Okay, we'll have to definitely revisit that tomorrow. Remind me. You can
Yeah.
throw that at me tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything with it today. Yeah, I will
Okay.
throw it at you tomorrow because I'm not doing anything with it today, but it's something I'll be looking at in the coming sessions. I'm eyeing that. Market really is the only thing I'm looking at right now. And again, good morning, chat. We got Merritt in there. Good morning, everybody. I got something to show Merritt tomorrow, too. Plug in something. I've been looking at his workspace. I got something cool to show him. So tomorrow, Tanya and I are going to talk a little bit of crude oil, and I've got something cool to show Merritt on our segment. But Tanya, it is Monday again. I'm going to leave you now. Chad, hit the like button for our girl Tanya. She's great. I love having her here every Monday. Sets the tone for the week on the NinjaTrader Network. Appreciate you, Tanya. Have a great trading day, and I will see you tomorrow. Talk crude oil.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck and good trading to me this time. What's up, everyone? It's a new week. Most of y'all are bullish. I'm pretty bullish too, honestly. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that was interesting where I was looking at ES and NASDAQ on Friday. ES did not take out Thursday's low, and that ended up taking out Thursday's high. So it's definitely a stronger one right now. But not much range still to work with. So let's see. That's super. Yeah. Mark this, and then I'm gonna go on the daily again to see where that low is for NASDAQ. Probably Friday's low to Thursday's. And that was like the open, I remember, and we just popped up. Yeah. I was straight up at the 6 p.m. Okay. ES did not take that out. We ended up taking out Friday's high on that on ES, not on NASDAQ yet. I mean, we took out Thursday's high on Friday on S&P, and then the NASDAQ did not take out Thursday's high. So we have both Friday's high and Thursday's high marked out here. So it could definitely find something. See on the 15. We have about 10 minutes until the open. Should I ring my little Liberty bell at the open if I remember? Very anticlimactic though. It's not very loud because I used to have a louder bell, but people didn't like it. I got some freshly squeezed OJ this morning. This is true luxury, by the way. Just trying to see it. Is there a place where I would look for where like NASDAQ can retrace to into here? I mean, it doesn't have to because this is all like balanced. We repriced through everything already. Yes, maybe there's a tiny little hourly here, but it's not necessary for us to get there. The 15. Yeah, ES as a 15-minute FEG here. So it's been grinding up. It's been grinding up. We'll see at the open. Honestly, if there's like a fast push at the open, might be a fast push to Friday's high for NASDAQ and ES. For ES, we're only 10 points away of that. For that, NASDAQ, we're about 80 points, and we're about 130 points away from Thursday's high. I'm definitely gonna make sure I'm looking at like the 4-hour and the 1-hour charts at the also today. Just keep an eye out on it. And you know what I've learned on Friday on NFP? I did not do good. Did not do good on Friday. And it's kind of like I noticed for both my losses, and I think I'm gonna do a dig deeper, but I've noticed it's whenever I try to take those continuations, even intraday, and even if we have, you know, a small divergence, just making a new low of session for ES and NASDAQ didn't, even if we have a large push down lower, if that divergence happens, then I'm just gonna hold out on that and not take that, because honestly, it's typically now going to be a reversal from there. So I hold off on continuations for that, rather take reversals there instead. And I've literally noticed it burns when you see like, oh man, I see like the opposite side of that trade too. But while you're in it, as it like starts to invalidate and it didn't go to your stop yet, and you're like, should I hold on to this or should I cut this early? And then it's a tough decision. So, because it's a tough market. So let's see here. But I've learned that, and I've noted that in my notes. Make sure I really never want to do that again. But sometimes you make mistakes multiple times, especially if you're a little distracted from multitasking. But still, got to take responsibility there. Took 2 losses in a row, basically same reason. We got about 5 minutes till the open. I mean, yeah, ES is closer up to here. It's a 15-minute FEG. Maybe I'll mark out this on ES. M15. This is MH1. Oh, cool. Did it just attach to it? I don't know. Tiny little H1. Is it bigger on the H4? I don't think so. I don't think it's even there. It's down all the way down there. Oh, it is actually. We have a most likely. We already took out previous 4-hour candle high. So it is possible we could take out this one. If we do retrace into here, honestly, I'd look for longs with more confidence for ES and NASDAQ. Let's see here. Yeah, same thing. There's a potential 4-hour fair value gap, but we don't even have to come back into here. We're kind of going towards that direction. So I'll watch out on the hourly and on the 4-hour. Also, we'll see at the open if we start pushing up higher right away. Honestly, it's probably better I stay on the 2-minute for ES. It's kind of like I've noticed these summer months we're lower volatility and we have way more volume imbalances. Means it's just like less participation, less volume in the marketplace. And when you have like that less volume, then you get those like sudden fake outs, those sudden 1-minute, 2-minute large candles manipulating everybody because it's like not a lot of volume there anyway, too. Not a lot of orders, so it's easier for that to happen. I was reading up on seasonality actually. I think what I've read is from the Stock Traders Almanac, and on average, from November to April, the S&P 500 has moved up 7.5%, and then during the summer months, from May to October, moves up about 1.5%. So there is something to it. But some people disagree. They say there's not enough data. It's always interesting how there's so many different things that you could just debate on, and there's not a clear answer. That doesn't mean either way that you won't find trades. You can short, you can find range trades. Anyway, we got open in 2 minutes. See on NASDAQ. What we got? A tiny M15 FEG there, and that's it basically. And you have like these order blocks. So I'll mark this out just in case we do retrace to here. Wonder how this 4-hour is going to end up. So the 4-hour just took out previous 4-hour high. Yeah, we could come back. Well, it's not over until the next 30 minutes, but we'll see how this closes. Probably stick on the 2-minute for ES for now. We'll see how at the open. I'll switch to the 1-minute, but we'll see how thin the candles look. Also, maybe I'll put in my little 8:30 open and see. Midnight open. Here's the open. Okay, we're back into a 15-minute fair value gap for ES. We tapped into it just now. It's 8:30 open. See, ES definitely dropping more. It's coming down into that hourly fair value gap. Let's see. Nasdaq into that 15-minute fair value gap. I'm gonna put up my little lines on ES as well. Yeah. Yeah, so here we're dropping a bit on ES. We're below previous like hourly lows. Okay. Nasdaq. So there was no fast push at the open. We're retracing, so which I actually prefer and like. I like that. It was all the way midnight open down here. ES taking out some lows here from 6 a.m. Nasdaq's not quite there yet. So it's interesting. Nasdaq's a bit stronger. ES is a bit weaker at the moment. Hmm. I think the 8:30 and 9:30 open are pretty similar in Nasdaq today. So I'll just pop that up there too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, ES is dropping here. Dropping close to midnight open now. Okay, interesting. Hmm. My charts don't like that I draw that much on them or something. I'm getting them. I don't know why that's happening. I'm gonna just restart that or something. That's trading for you, honestly. It's okay. Um, sure. Let's just see here, you guys. I'm having technical difficulties, of course. I think, okay, maybe that's it. Maybe we're good now. Let's see. Never mind. Oh my goodness. I'll be right. I'll be up and running in like 2 minutes. Hmm. I don't know why this is happening. I'm gonna have to restart my little. It's funny because the chart's still going, but it's just not letting me click on it. So sure, you can show my charts though. But anyway, we're just retracing still. I mean, we'll see if we get a bullish push up off the open. There's still no trade at least. But I need to. Next, like this error just keeps popping up. My computer's kind of bugging out and I can't really even close it, which is wild. Because even Task Manager is not responding because there's like 1,000 of these windows open. Yeah, we can show my charts though, because it's still showing up. It's just that error, nasty error here. Kind of insane, you guys.
Hi, Tanya.
Hey, what's up?
Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. I mean, I don't know. I think there's too many drawings on my chart. I'm gonna have to restart my computer or something. Hey, what's up? So I'll be right back if that's okay.
Cool. I'm going to show everybody something I've been working on for Merit tomorrow. It's pretty cool. So, hey, chat. Hope everyone's doing well today. Opening range, high of the day in S&P comes in and goes straight down. See if we can get my charts up. I'm actually looking at something. I took Merit's charts, and so he looks at 1,500 for the Nasdaq and I use 3,000 for the S&P volume chart. Actually, I'll go to the Nasdaq because I know most of you guys are trading Nasdaq, so something to show you. And I really like it, and I've been testing it for a while now. So not the same look, but similar. Okay, so this is something that we look at. This is so if you guys watch Merit ever, and so look at two standard deviations off of an anchored VWAP on a 1,500 volume chart. And this is my indicator that I created, the red, yellow, and blue lines. And so what I look for is, the S&P is just a better look. I'm going to go back to it just because, actually, I'm sorry, I've got ES up here on 1,500, not 3,000. Let me go to NQ. It's in the middle of doing something. There we go. Yep, this is what I wanted. So here's Merit's 1,500 NQ, and something that I look at is my red lines will show that anytime that they show up, if it's coming in at a red, it shows that we should trade yellow. If it comes in at a blue, it shows that we should go back to yellow, and then they drop off. And so what I look for here is on a 1,500 volume chart, once we get up near a 1 or 2 standard deviation, I look for my red lines to come in. And what do those red lines mean? And so what those red lines are is Bollinger Bands, mean reversion, and it shows us that anytime the market's going up or down in any sort of direction, it shows us that we should have a mean reversion move back down. So anytime the market's going up in a direction, Bollinger Bands are going to be open. It's just a volatility tool. And when they are going up or down in a direction and the Bollinger Band starts to come back inward, it says that we should see mean reversion. And so my red lines trigger a short. And so this morning, so here we are right now. And so this is telling me at this point that we should trade 21,765. So it's giving it to me right on a 1 standard deviation line. So it tells me that we should be in a short. And this is something I'm testing right now. So I'm not trading it live. But we should go down, and the probabilities say that we should trade 21,765. Hey, Tanya. And I'm going to be revealing more and more about this because the stats are really, really good. So right now it's saying a short at 21,800, and we should trade 21,765. And where I've been putting my stops is literally above the bar, right above the recent high. So it's really pretty cheap risk. And it's something that I've been back testing, and I'm going to be showcasing with Merit tomorrow. So it's pretty cool. So are we back, Tanya?
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm back. I think my computer didn't like that I took too many drawings, or I don't know, maybe I had too many things open. I'll be talking with tech support later on to make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, we're
Cool.
back, guys. I'm pretty much looking for longs here. Yeah, because
Yeah,
we
my strategy just came up with a short down to it's 21,765, and that's it. It's just a quick scalp. This is a scalping tool I've been
Nice.
working on,
Oh, I didn't know that you were
combining Merit stuff
scalping.
with mine. I'm not. I'm working on this. Is actually something I'm gonna look to. I actually automate, and I've been using Merit stuff combined with stuff that
Oh,
I've created, and so I'm just showcasing it. I've been watching it on the open for a while now, and it's just a scalping tool. The signal is 21,801 short, and a target of 21,765. We'll see if it happens. And like I said, I've
okay.
been keeping track of them and testing it. So I'll leave it back to you.
Okay, cool.
If you guys need me, I'm
Well,
here.
it'd be cool if Anthony starts scalping you guys. That'd be
It
interesting.
will be on an automatic.
We'll see. Maybe Anthony will start being a scalper on the show. He's gonna during a pre-market, he'll be calling out his own trades. That'll be fun. Yeah, so basically on ES and NASDAQ, we dropped into some levels that I kind of like. So, I mean, I'm looking for push up back higher now. But we'll see, because last 4-hour candle took out previous. We had our drop back, took out some lows, some trendline liquidity in NASDAQ. Let's see. We'll have to mark out I mean, we have all these smooth equal highs, which I do like, honestly. From pre-market, these are nice and smooth. I'm gonna have to redraw a couple other things, but these are nice smooth highs. And then let's see here. Really hope it doesn't start hitting me with the. Okay, we're good. Okay. See there. Yeah, we have Friday's high there, and let's see Thursday's high. We're in an inside bar right now. Really small bar on the NASDAQ so far. Really small range here. 100-point range on the day, or less even less. Okay, it's like 120 points. Okay. Yeah, I'd put up Friday's high first target, right? So then we had our first presented fair value gap. We actually did have a nice reaction here. This here. We had an inversion here as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start pushing up higher now on NASDAQ and ES. Maybe we can, yeah, maybe we can take out these smooth highs and have a continuation to Friday's high. Midnight opens down here. We didn't breach it on ES. We're starting to trudge along. NASDAQ does look stronger now, which is what I've been saying, is that it lags and then when it needs to catch up, it starts to lead. Kind of makes it hard because, you know, even intra-session, you'll get them trading off on who's stronger, who's weaker, but NASDAQ's definitely leading right now. We're almost to those smooth equal highs there. From pre-market and from where we opened and we tapped there. Yes, definitely. Still close, still trudging along higher. We'll see how it does. I think the first presented fair value gap, actually, of the day is earlier for ES. It's this one. So, yeah, otherwise NASDAQ was pretty good about being pretty rebalanced. Oh, you have one here, actually. That's the inversion. We inverted this to the upside, then this acted as a nice little bounce. We took out some sell side there. Okay. Not on anything right now, but I'm still gonna look for longs. Yeah, on the hourly, this is like a pretty big wick right now. Yeah, it's like a 50-point wick. It's cool. So let's see. Well, I'm just monitoring here to see if we're gonna continue. Now we took those smooth equal highs. Let's see if it will follow this bullish order flow in a sense where let's see if it respects this bullish fair value gap. Other than that, then maybe it will start and take out since it is 10 a.m. hour soon. We'll see if it ends up retracing again or not. I'll mark out the open of 10 a.m. too, so I can kind of visualize things in a way. If I did long from here, it would have been probably like a 1-to-1. It's like decent, but typically I look for at least 1.5. See from here to here. 37 points. Okay. And then from here to here, it's about 27 points. Yeah, okay. That's actually maybe 1.4 R if you got in perfectly there. Anyway, so I'm monitoring this to see if we're gonna respect this. I think it's like from what we've seen in this market, you know, with all these divergences, it's totally possible that we fail here and then ES takes the low again. We'll see. Because right now ES is nowhere near its pre-market high. It's about 8 points away. See if it starts respecting it. Like the tiniest fair value gap here, but ES not above this little swing high yet. NQ did just make a new high of the session. Okay. I think it made like an equal low here too. So again, we're going to see what it does here. We have an outside candle on the 60-minute basically now on NQ because it took out previous candles high and low. Just something I'm looking at the side here as well. The 60-minute candle, we took out all these lows and now it took out previous candle high. So for me, I'd rather just wait for the next candle to form and bring some sort of setup into play. Four hours still bullish. We're gonna have the 10 a.m. open soon. So while the ES, I mean, it's still within here. Needs to really pop above this for indices to get into sync. I don't say it's not too bad just to pre-market high. That's just 1.4R. And then if you're holding, if someone were to hold to Friday's high, that would be like a really good RR. Kind of just waiting what we're gonna do here. We have these equal lows now hovering here. We could tap back into here. We didn't really close above this high yet for me to be super interested in longs, more longs yet. Yes, kind of failing here a bit. So we'll see if NQ fails this. This is previous swing high also on the 60, but it took out the low already. Okay. Yeah, have some OJ. Okay. What's the range so far on the day for the NASDAQ for the New York Open? It's like 70 points. Okay. So ES failed. NASDAQ is bleeding through this. It's not respecting that bullish order flow totally. So I'm just gonna wait until this next hourly candle. This is the 10 a.m. open right now. We'll see if we have a divergence at a low or something, or if we start or at a high, honestly. So right now we have an outside candle on NQ on the 60-minute. Just gonna note that it's 10 a.m. open. Yes, you got to start cooking. We need to see some fall through to the upside. See some swing highs get broken. Otherwise, nah. Kind of boring. We had that push down at the open for ES, and then it's just been kind of consolidating. Broke down, came back up into it again, struggling again. NASDAQ, a lot better. It took out at least these pre-market highs, but we can't get above them and stay above them. Yeah, so I'd rather see, I'm just waiting for more swing highs to get broken, honestly. If I'm bullish, then I'd be fine with ES taking this low and having some kind of divergence, and then we'll have more upside, because that's sort of what the only way that we're getting any sort of follow through to one side. What's wild is I'm just thinking about is my pre-market prep is that I, saw that ES has been stronger, relatively stronger. And then, during this New York session, it's now relatively weaker, and that's just not my favorite. When you're stronger on like the 4 hour or something, then yeah, that's what I've been saying. So we keep having those rotations intraday. So no trade for me so far. Have you guys taken a trade yet? Let me know. Definitely kind of slow Monday here. A small range on both ES and NASDAQ. Pretty small range. 15 from where we opened, it's like around like a 15-point range for ES. 15 points and 70 points for NASDAQ. Yeah. I mean, can we get more upside? It's not out of the question. Totally not. That's only like another 50 points adding to the range from the open, from the New York Open. Yeah, we'll see. But I would totally need to see like for NASDAQ break above and strong close above these highs. And then, I would think that this was a intermediate term low. But so far we're not getting that, and ES is also a lot weaker. On the 4 hour, we're an inside candle. At the moment, we're inside of previous 4 hour range. Yeah, let me know. Have you guys taken a trade yet? Let's see. I'll open up the chat on my phone. Let's see. This is a 4 hour high. Like previous 4 hour candle high. Someone said that they got 20 points in the first fair value gap. All right, cool. You took the inversion. Nice. To the smooth highs. Okay, some people took that. Oh, we're starting to get some more upside, so let's see. That's crazy. So this is exactly what I'm saying. I wouldn't really, I'm filtering out my longs because I mean we're having a divergence, such a big divergence. ES is so weak. I mean, I'll mark this out, but just to have it marked out, but I don't really love it because this is a previous 4 hour candle high. And this isn't even near it right now. I mean, Can ES get any legs here? It's kind of strange for it to be the stronger one. And then now it's definitely not as strong. So I'm not going to take that long because, I mean, this is not even closing above this right now. Not at the moment. See on the 2 or 3 minute though. Finally, we're getting some push up. Um, yeah, what time is it? 10:13. Quite a strong 15-minute close for NASDAQ. Yes, still weak. Looks good, though. It looks decent. We'll see what happens at Friday's high. It'll be good if ES is here and we hit Friday's high. Maybe we'll find more upside to Thursday's high. Let's see. Thursday's high is 951. The 15-minute. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to start looking for longs. I have been looking for them, but I just don't want to buy in a super premium. But if I were to buy down here, I'm just thinking about the ES. ES is likely to go back up higher to previous hourly high at least. The 4 hour, what happened? We took out previous hourly high. There's just like no reversals there, so it's likely to continue there. Just trying to get a decent long where the risk isn't too much though. You have just been pushing up without me. Let's see. I could tap into here. I missed that, but it's kind of like where the 3P areas fail would be here. Be a lot, especially if this didn't hit the high yet. So I'm kind of just super cautious. Missed this long here. That was probably the best one. I don't even know what I put there. Honestly, I think that's previous 4-hour high. Let's see. This is Friday's high. I don't know what that is, honestly. I think that was just an intraday high. Okay. Yeah. We didn't hit Friday's high yet. Yeah, still not even a pre-market high. Hmm. NQ is really close to Friday's high. Can't be logging in a premium. Can't miss my trade down here when I was restarting things. But also here, it just didn't provide me a decent enough pullback yet. Yeah, I'm gonna look on like the 5. Mark that swing low. Yeah. Or on the 2 or the 3. This is the upper half. This is the previous 4-hour candle. Okay. We'll see if it bounces here or not. kind of wild out now, and Q is a lot stronger on the 4-hour than ES here. That's what I'm kind of just looking at. So I'm not that comfortable with taking a continuation here near this. Yeah, because we could have another reversal if after it hits this. So honestly, I'm trying to get reversals near the edges, and something I have to that I'm like trying to do more of in this environment. Like I literally might have to, like right now, the long didn't give me any pullback there. We'll see if it provides any pullback here. We still could get a pullback into this area, and find something as it's forming this 15-minute fair value gap actually here, and on the 5-minute. Just I don't want to long this if it's in a premium like this, just from this low to this high. It's never retrace into like 50% for me to want to take a long into it. So when it comes back into here anyway, this would be in 50% or less down here. We'll see if it does then have a potential retouch and then like push up again, or is it going to fail here as ES did not even take previous 4-hour high candle? It's about 10:30. 10 a.m. open is all the way down here. It's interesting, right? Okay. Let's see, we just went to Friday's high and then Q. ES took out some pre-market highs. Still didn't even take out last 4-hour high. It's interesting. So yeah, now I'm definitely going to be marking out like any potential inversion shorts. Might have to do it. We'll see. Popping back up over Friday's high. So definitely no reversals from here so far. Yes, almost at that 4-hour candle high. Not quite. Yeah, I'm looking to see if we got any reversals, honestly. If it keeps popping up and whatever. Mm-mm-mm. See the 2, the 3. Okay. Nasdaq's still holding Friday's high. Let's see. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You need to see some sort of inversion here, honestly, because that's on the 2-minute and the 3-minute for me to want to take a short. 3-minute would be a 66. Okay. So 5. Be 66 also. See, is the 3-minute closed yet? Yeah. So honestly, I'm gonna go look at the 3-minute for NASDAQ now. Yeah. Mm. Yes, weaker. CES for the 3, the 2. There's no fair value gaps. So I can't even take like an inversion, which is funny. Okay. I'm waiting. Let's mark out that low from ES and see if we start breaking the. Like this low. I gotta be quick if I'm gonna find a reversal, by the way. So I'm ready though. I'm ready if we come through on the downside. I'd like to see NASDAQ invert this for me to want to go short. It's a 5. Yeah. Nothing yet. And this didn't break this low yet either. So still looking pretty strong. It's like totally possible we get to Thursday's high if it continues. So that's all I'll be waiting for. Otherwise, I'm still waiting for the shorts. You see like all this like trend line sell side. I mean, you could just come into here and get a decent RR, but or this 10 a.m. open, which would be crazy, but be totally possible. Probably be end up holding it for a while too. You gotta be patient. It's not happening yet, but maybe in this candle. ES breaking this low now. Okay, I'm watching that. Honestly, we'll see if that maybe ES is in better short. We need some continuation for NASDAQ for it to be any good. Otherwise, that'll just be a local low divergence. Just fine. I'm flexible. I think this high is likely going to stay intact, honestly. If this, yeah. Just waiting for the confirmation, though. Oh, sorry, I shook my desk. Okay. It's funny how ES literally makes no fair value gaps. I mean, you have this one here, but none from this. Okay, let's see. One more minute until this closes. Mhm. That's looking good. See, I'm probably gonna enter soon. See, just waiting for that to close. Yeah, it's gonna close below it, so I'm entering now. I'm okay with being in small bit of drawdown, but I'm gonna put my take profit most likely down here. This 10 a.m. open. It's a lot of sell side down here. All right, I'm in shorts. I anticipate this week pretty quick, honestly. So it could retap here, sure, but honestly, that's why I'm just gonna I entered here. Yeah. It's a good RR too. Here we are. Let's drop fast here. I'm gonna note when ES hits new low of day. Also, I'm gonna note when, yeah, if ES hits new low of day and we're kind of like in like holding up here, then I'd probably get out or take a partial. But I think we could get here to 10 a.m. open. Pretty good so far. Like I'm only been in profit. We'll see if we see some continuation. Yeah, we can delete some of this stuff here. I'll probably end up taking, we'll see where NQ is, but I'll probably end up taking a partial if we hit new low day on ES and or something like that. Oops, new low day here. I like the RR on this. I might end up having to hold this for a little bit though, but I prefer it to be fast, honestly. Yeah. Just made a 2-minute fair value gap too. It's reaching up into it here. We have a 3-minute here. It can come back into this if it wants to. Totally fine. And it is, here it is. Retesting that. I'm going to hold this. I took this based on 4-hour. Yep, that's your retracement there. It's good that it's wicking like that. I like that a lot, actually. So that's what I was looking at, this from here to here. I do like that a lot. I also inverted this on the 1. This is good. It's the 1 minute. I'm gonna remove it since I'm trading on like 3-minute right now. My entry was based on 3-minute, just knowing that we were gonna close below that, and I was fine with getting in here. So we rebalanced this. Yeah. Looking good. I think I might add just one. I'm adding to my position. I added. So then actually it's going to make it a lot easier if ES hits new low of day, then I'll take one off the table. 1050 macro, we're going to deliver, you guys. 1050 to 1110. I would be chef's kiss, really. My target is this, like, to be clear, but I do want to, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to hold it there to there. We can go down to here again. Just thinking that it's could be a fast drop, so I don't really want to. I'm going to put 2 there. Yeah. I'm going to put like a separate buy stop for where I added to my position here. I'll put my buy stop there because that's a separate type of vibe, separate type of entry. And anyway, I wouldn't want it to come back there anyway. Above Friday's high and this candle's high that broke the fair value gap. A good close. Yeah, I'm staying in this trade even if it takes a while. My entry was like here. That was about 6 minutes ago. My trades typically, my winning trades take 20 minutes or so. Honestly, I was looking at my stats this weekend. So yeah, could take a little while. I mean, I prefer the fast move death. Obviously, everyone does. If you're in an entry, if you're in a position, everyone likes to get out as soon as possible because that's the least painful, right? So let's see what's going on here. I think this was, where's ES's open? 10 a.m. open. Here it is. ES on a better time frame, honestly. Yeah. Cool. Coming around break even, still looking good. I like it. You don't want to get too lost in like every little tick retracement, thinking that it's going to reverse against you. You know, it's not the way to trade. So it's actually looking good. Let's see if this starts to drop here on this candle. I'd prefer it, of course. So I'm looking for. See a nice drop next. Let's go ES. drop.
Hey, Tanya, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. Good morning. Nice short. I like this too.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Are you in a short or did you take anything yet today?
No, not yet today. I'm kind of waiting for the overnight high to get retested, and then see a reaction there, which I think is where you mentioned you had to take profit at. So we could trade a contract there if you want.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, today was interesting. A lot of consolidation, and then all that buying off of the like around that 810, 820 area just got, I don't know, got very angry. So I'd like to see what happens when we get back there.
I know. I was just looking at that like 1 minute, that second one, honestly, and I was like, that feels like such a like people were getting stopped out here.
Oh
And
yeah. The tape was so nasty
and
too.
yeah, it was pretty nasty there. I was watching, I was like, okay, and then we kind of consolidated drop, and I was like, okay, now it's time to try this out. I'm like debating, let's see, 15 points. Okay. 15 points. We're back in here. I don't love that ES is now starting to lag. That's what I've been talking about. It's so crazy how we were getting ES being stronger, and then now it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
weaker, stronger, and then Nasdaq was stronger. Now it is weaker relatively. Like that's what I'm saying is we're getting these intraday rotations all the time.
Yes. Yes.
And when I'm seeing this now, this nice drop, I want to put my stop at break even. Honestly, I don't think that we should come back up here because then it could be a potential retracement into 50% and then divergence here with ES that I don't want to be part of. I don't want to be part of another retracement now that we close below this low. And I'm okay if I get stopped at break even here. I think that we should continue lower if it's going to be any good here.
Yeah, this was happening to me all last week too. All these like I kept getting gaslit by these constant changes in divergences. I was
Yeah,
like, yeah, decide. You gonna diverge for the day or just an hour?
I've noticed that too. Yeah, like it happens intraday, intra-session.
Yeah.
That's what I've been talking about here. So far this is starting to look better. This is good. This is good follow through here. So I just want to see if we're follow through towards this 10 a.m. open.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
ES needs to push a little lower. It can go test
Yeah.
that. So ES is kind of held. It's like I look at that 30-second opening range from the London Open a lot, and ES has held that consistently as its pivot. That's at like 6,005, 6,004. So back down and check that thing. I think that'll get your price target on NQ. I'm rooting for you.
Honestly, I think well, I'm rooting for me too, but I think because of this, it's possible I'll get stop break even. I'm fine with that. It's a Monday. I'm happy I didn't chase anything.
Yeah.
Waited for the reversal. So I'm happy enough here. Even if it does reverse here, decides to have an little, back and forth. I'm
Yep.
fine with it.
Cool. Well, good
Mhm.
job today. I think I'm playing Jim. I get to pass you off if
Oh,
if you're
really?
ready to peace out. Yeah. Yeah, no Jim today. I don't know. I don't know what his
Okay,
story is,
sounds
but
good. All right, good luck and good trading.
all right, thanks Tanya. I'll see you next week.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hey, good morning chat. How's it going? I still like that short Tanya's in. It did It did a bunch of my stuff too. I love nothing more than when someone who trades differently than I do catches the exact same setup for a different reason. Um, so this pretty clear trend retraced down, and then we lost this bit of back and forth that we were trading up here, and then the bid delta got retested from the downside and then kept going lower. So, and I believe that was exactly Tanya's entry, like around here at 860s. Very sick. But yeah, this is what me and XY have talked about a couple times. XY put he put a thing on his Twitter, I think, explaining this setup here, which is just, you wait for trend to end and then find your two-way trade and wait for one side to break. And the sellers won that, and then it got a perfect retest here. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get back down, test this overnight high, test VWAP, test some of this MGI, and see if we still have some happy buyers down here. And that's where I'll be ready to engage. But yeah, chill guy, what's up? Good morning, Wit. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, go follow XY. Good morning. It's early for you, homie. What are you doing? Yo, Stanley. Good morning, Neil. Yeah, thank you so much, Tanya. That was awesome. I gotta turn my. There we go. That's better. Oh, my volume all messed up. You guys will have to excuse me. I'm a little under the weather today. So if I seem slow or like I'm acting crazy, that's why. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, look at that divergence again. Now ES is plowing through. I don't know. This volume seems really light today also. So we're just going to try to take it easy, hone our spots. Yeah, I'm not trying to get active until like 8:25 or so. But yeah, as we always do, let's go back. We'll look at our London Open, which is right here, 760 to 770-ish. Pretty good overnight pivot for the most part. And also in the morning, buyers still down there. They were tried to sell this pretty hard too. So, yep, it was good support. So that's why I'm looking for some buy continuation. I don't know. Maybe this is as low as we were going to get. Just about 1 million people got stopped out right here at this overnight high once it finally went. So I'd be surprised if we didn't come back and say what's up to that level at some point. Morning, Stowe. Morning, Fang Boy. We'll call you Fang Boy, just to keep it clean. I'm now one of the few people that has not cursed on this show yet from the OFL side. So I might truly be the Seinfeld of streaming. We don't know. WizKid, is it rollover week? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think so. Or that's next week. Like I said, I'm a little out of it. Freaking new guy. How's everybody traded this Monday? Pretty slow start, right? Starting to feel like summer? It's definitely been feeling like summer here. Dan, many have tried to trick me into cursing, but it hasn't happened yet. It's not happened yet. Okay, so rolls next week. Thanks, Tracy. But the roll starts now. It'll start. I'll probably roll next Monday if the 20th is the last day. When volume usually shifts for me on NQ and ES on either Monday or Tuesday of the actual roll week itself. Elijah Jones got stopped with the other million people at the old high. Yeah, well, that's fair. 2020 horrible. You gotta not force stuff on low vol days. You gotta embrace the low volume. Put yourself at low volume if you can. Lucas asks, can't you trade the continuous contract? Well, there is no such thing. That is something that I guess TradingView just offers to show you, but there is no such thing as a continuous contract to trade. They just roll that for you. So, and I'm not sure how TradingView calculates that. There's many different ways that people, choose to roll. I think the most common one, and the way that we all do it, and I think Pax talked about this last week too, was just based on when the volume shifts. When the front month has more volume than the one we're on. Yeah, it's the same thing, Lucas. So you might not think you're trading the June contract right now, but you are, and then you'll be trading the September contract when they switch you. Oh, it's getting a little spicy there. Yeah, for as low volume as it is, there's definitely some business being done today. And that was a pullback for ants. I'll be bummed if that's all we get. It's okay to sit on your hands. It's good practice anyways. Well, we've run the overnight high. That's a check mark on that stat. And then we got the IB high about to break here. So we're going to get our IB break. ES is still being strange. Yeah, ES is kind of in a balanced day. So yeah, it feels rotational today with ES didn't quite run its overnight high either. Yeah, it definitely feels rotational. I don't have the Dow up today. I did not load that chart this morning. Hey, Mr. FVG. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You long 842? Good for you. I missed it. My brain's dragging today. Rack City says this is a previous day high stop out support group today. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Usually I'm the previous day low stop out support group. So same theory. Hey, good morning, Omni. Good morning. All right, well, since none of us are in a trade, you guys want to look at last week's stats? We might as well just pull those babies up. All right. Here we go. So this is June 2nd through June 6th. Pretty sure I traded all 5 days of the week last week. Even though I wasn't streaming on Wednesday, I did trade quite a bit on Wednesday too. So thank goodness these look, more like a normal human successful trader would look. P&L's fine. P&L's good. I finally, gave up on trying to force short trades that weren't there. But yeah, everything's checking in pretty normal. Our win to average loss ratio sitting at 1.37. That's in the wheelhouse, so that's good. Percent, my win percent is 56, which is a little high, so that's cool. That's probably why there's a little more P&L there than normal. Yeah, everything. This is good. This is like a nice on track week, and I'm happy to see this coming off of, the week before that, which was, just a total wheels fell off week. And I think that I just got in my head about so much stuff, and we'll talk about this later in the week too. But it's just like whenever I start a new thing or whenever something changes, not necessarily with my trading or just with my life, I'm always due for like a little bit of correction. Um, it's just like the shoe dropping, I feel like the universe demands balance in all ways. Um, so I started the all cash account, going to share everything. And I'm sure that even subconsciously or consciously, I was afraid of like, what happens if I had a bad week? What happens if I have to show people a bad week? And now I know. So it's cool. It's fine. And now that little obstacle is conquered, we can, apparently move on and just trade like normal. So yeah, everybody hits those like little mental snags, um, hurdles, whatever, roadblocks, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, I feel good. I don't really see anything in here to improve upon or not improve upon. If I could just do this every week, that would be sick. I brought my average time and trade down, which was good. I thought that losing week I was in trades for way too long. My average time in trade was like 15 minutes. So I was a little more conscious of that, take more base hits, let less trades come back at me, which I'm sure was also affected in that average time in market stat too. So that's good. That's a reflection of that. That the May to MFE is in a great place. Love that. So yeah, just try to keep on keeping on. And yeah, that's all I got. Keith, I started with so the whole account is $10,000, and I'm gonna keep $5,000 in the brokerage account at a time. So and then 5,000 on the side because um, you don't need to keep cash in your brokerage account and you don't need just to have it in there. So morning, Shab. How's it going? Oh, thanks, G. Yeah, it's just an experiment. I want you guys to see what I'm actually up to, and I think it'll be a good experiment for you to go through too. Watch it with me, see what happens. Plus, I like a challenge. Oh man, my fancy soda water got here finally. It's been on back order. I've been jonesing. XY's flat. Man, we should probably press into this high. Grab grab the points he's about to leave on the table. What's the range? 140? I don't know. This feels like it could be the slowest day of all time today already. Yeah, ASM. It's all MNQ. I'm sure you meant MNQ there. Oh, thanks, Brian. I mean, it's just 1 week. So yeah. I mean, if we look at I was looking at the high volume or the high time frame chart today too. Let's look at that. So our balance area has expanded. So the way that this auto plot works, if you spend 3 more days outside of the range, it'll either expand or draw a new range, and it's expanded now to include these highs and lows. So we really are just building this big new balance up here, and this is quite the ledge that it's left up there at 866. So I don't know. It's gonna need some help to get through that, and ES seems to be making its home right around this 6,000. I'm sure there's going to be lots of business to be done up here too. So not in any real hurry to catch anything besides a scalp, especially with this divergence going on today. And plus, also, I said I'm a little under the weather, so it's never a good idea Just start smashing buttons when you're not feeling 100%. Oops, there we go. I live in Pennsylvania, Whit. Ricky Parma asked, do you ever feel like you're being stop hunted? I feel crazy, but ever since I read the UK paper about York hunting algos that institutions use, I've become super paranoid. No. No, man. I do not feel like I'm being personally stop hunted ever. That's not um that's not a thing. You get to choose where your stop goes also. Um so yeah, I mean there's a difference between like putting your stop in an obvious area of liquidity and then having it get stopped out versus like someone actively trying to hunt stops as a way to make liquidity happen. I don't know. That's pretty tinfoil of you. No worries. Yeah, I mean, I certainly feel sometimes like I'm being stop hunted, but is it real? No, I don't think so. Even if it is, there's a lot of stuff in the market like that it's just like that it doesn't it doesn't really make a lot of sense to think about. So it's better if I don't. um, I mean, there's lots of stuff you can read that freaks you out if you want. Like read the Flash Boys book. That thing's crazy. You can hear about people fighting for milliseconds, spending billions of dollars for a millisecond edge. That's a great book. I'll make that meme later. The point in the mirror meme where it's you're not a bad trader. The institutions are just hunting your stop. Oh, fair enough. No, you're gonna have to try harder than that, Ricky. If any, the chances are high I'm gonna curse this week because I'm, taking medicine and feeling like I'm out of my head. So if I'm less focused, I might let it slip. I did? Did I swear? Oh my God. See what I mean? We might get our retest. Good exit there, XY. Yeah, so currently, looking at this profile, nice double distribution so far. We're going to size down to 2. Our first shot, we're going to get in with 2. All right, so we've got 11. It's quarter after, so London closes in 13 minutes. That could be our entry there. There's some selling. Ricky, did I really curse? I'm going to have to listen to this back. Man. I knew it was going to be slacking today. Crap. Well, at least Leo cursed first. I still got that going for me. Come on. Let's get that push. I don't need a whole cliff ski. I just need a small push. Yikes, I got the bid stacked like crazy down there too. Slow motion push. There you go. Okay, testing the overnight high again. We got this big guy lined up on the offer. It's 60. He's got 64 at 826. Trying to see if he gets ripped. We'll see. He got filled. We just need some continuation now. Other thing we got to do on days like today is, adjust our expectations a little bit for how much of the trade we're going to get. If it's going to be a nice slow day, we got to adjust our base hit size. Nice. Woo! Still got it. All right, cool. Well, that was A+. We got it on the first shot. Let's see. Let's see if that retest holds. We came back. We tested these highs. I didn't quite get to that high, but we did get past the overnight high. And we're back above now, so let's see. Yeah. Still a pretty big seller in the mix there, but we're getting towards the London close. We protected this LVN. So I'm going to pull this up. I'm not going to move it to break even yet. I must change it. I need to take one more. There we go. Okay, so we got two off. Got two off there for 23 points. I must have just bumped that down to 3 instead of 2. Okay. Yeah, so I'll tuck that. I'll tuck this stop right here. So I did move it up. That's funny, GK. I appreciate that joke. In his closet. That's very funny. Yeah, on the Dom, I'm just talking about somebody stacked an order right there. So we got stopped on that second one. But we did protect that. So 27, we only took a 6-point stop. So still a decent trade there. Now, I mean, we're still watching for this idea. Same theory. It's gonna get wiggly down here, so we might jump back in. Let me zoom out a little bit or scroll back. Yeah, so oftentimes, the first retest isn't the first test of your level, the first test of your spot you're looking along. It's not going to be the best one. So, you could get 2 hits, 3 hits. With NQ, you're going to have, if you want to be a surgeon about your stops, you're going to have to be willing to get in a couple times. So that's what I'm kind of watching for here. See if this overnight high continues to want to hold. Got back in with 2. Man, there's so much. Yeah, so on the ladder, I'm just seeing like so much bid stacked, 10, 15 lots every 1.5, which is a lot. And I'm not necessarily seeing them actively cross the spread here. So I'm waiting for this. Just waiting to see some aggressiveness. Which that you can see on the tape. So I added one more there. Once we held the overnight high again. I still got one selected. One big thing on my list after making that massive mistake last week of having more lots than I wanted to on at one time is I am hawking my position size like crazy this week. Honestly, that's a that's a mistake that I should never make. So that was pretty egregious. There's some aggressiveness. You gotta want it though, buyers. You gotta want it. Mm. Man, I hate being sick. I feel like every time I get sick, the medicine is like almost worse than just being sick itself. I'm still laughing at that GK joke in his closet. That's very funny. Sick burn. Like I said, I appreciate a good troll. But yeah, you can also see him on the Dom. I can pull up I'll try to pull up a level 2 Ninja depth of market. It's just really hard to see. I mean, this is kind of a hard for you guys to see all these tiny numbers to begin with. I've tried to make the Dom pretty visible, but I'll give it another shot. Man, this seller's really piling on now. It's 3 minutes to the close here. Trying to absorb at the 820s there. Just need. Trying to stack it. Come on, baby. Babe, I wanna watch it all burn. The offer's kind of got its foot on the gas. I might run this a little LVN. Yep. All right, they got me there. I tested all these highs now. See if that was enough. I'll try one more time. Bid came in pretty strong there. So yeah, sometimes on these double distribution days, it's going to check the other side of the distribution. The other thing it could be doing too is it could just fill this whole thing out. You know, a double distribution early on that peters out at the top, not necessarily a good sign for a trend. So. Yeah, baby. I hope that Jim is living his best life always, you know. I always hope that for Jim. Jim's my dude. Oh, thanks, GK. Yeah, this has nothing to do with me. You know, the Order Flow Labs folks have done all of this color stuff and made it look this good, would have never come up with something this this cool. You should see the colors that I try to create when I'm making my own charts. It's enough to make my friends want to throw up. So yeah. all credit to the OFL Labs folks for putting together pretty charts. All right. So we came down, tested the old spots. Here is the London close. It's 11:30. So now we get to see. We're going back up. We're going back up in that value or nah? It seems like maybe. There we go. Don't take two off there. I'll put this guy up here at the point of control. There we go. Cool. Okay. Sorry. I was focused on that trade. Let me get to the chat. I know you guys were asking some questions. G. McCauley says, so the 15 points from entry to stop market is approximately 5 points in ES. I mean, with the time frame you trade today. I don't know. I don't know how I would. Yeah, I mean, my stop in ES is 5 points. So I think that's probably accurate. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I don't know how to actually equivocate ES to NQ points in like a mathematical way. I don't know. But yeah, I think a 5 point ES stop is similar, maybe smaller. Like today on ES, I bet you could get away with 3. It just depends on, the relative volume and how fast it's all moving. Oh yeah, Omni, you've done this stuff before. 5 ES is usually 20 NQ. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'd say like 3 to 4 would be closer to 15 NQ points. Is that? Do you think, Omni, about that? Somewhere in there. Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, just vibes. Oh, somebody asked me about my bracket. Maybe I missed it. No, sorry, guys. Like I said, feeling foggy today. ASM, any thoughts on trading the opening range? Yeah. I use it all the time. I use the 30-second and then I use the 5-minute. I also use the 30-second opening range of the London session as well. Give me an idea of overnight positioning. GK, why am I in Gryffindor? I'm more of a Hufflepuff guy, honestly. No, I trade Mondays. Med, I can't say your full name. Med. Yeah, I trade Mondays. Absolutely. How can you not? Market's open after the weekend. You got to trade Mondays. I trade Sunday nights. Elijah says, do you normally base your trades based on the opening range? No. I think I got to have a lot of other stuff come into play too. So you can look at, so I'm trying to, this is what happens. Price went up. It went through all of these highs. And usually that's a good spot for it to come back and revisit. And, that's why I come up with, a thesis here that is like, okay, if price is going to pull back and continue to go, this is a reasonable place to expect that to happen. This is a lot of previous sellers in all of these spots over here. So once price gets down here, we look for, you look at the time and sales, depth of market, footprint chart, whatever you want. And also just the order flow tools themselves down here will show you the change in context. So this short came down, and this candle, the Delta Map study that I have on these candles, it colors the candles in such a way that it's like it shows me the delta dominance inside of those candles. So when it got to this bright red spot, this is I did take a long here and take one off, but I was only half size, because what I'm really looking for, if this is going to truly reverse, is I need this color shift to happen, and now it has happened. That's why I got four lots on here after I got stopped out. So we're in a full size trade now for me, and so we had bright red selling, which then changed to neutral colors, which is this dull blue, duller red, and then we got bright red buying, and this was also right at the London close, which is the 11:30 turn. So I'm happier to be in this now, as I'm seeing this. It's a combination of lots of stuff. All these different highs were retested, and our order flow tools are showing us, the reversal is happening and possible based on the delta dominance too. So yes, absolutely, Elijah. Yeah, I don't trade anything without that like active, that I always have to look for that in any level. I don't blindly buy a level or an area without seeing some sort of order flow confluence. And the volume profile showing us that spot too. This is kind of our decision time for our double distribution day right here. Now it's not going up as fast as I want to, so I might take this third lot off. I am trying to make sure I'm taking base hits here, and yeah. Yeah, no, that EH, you're correct. This is a seller here. This is a previous point of resistance. So, if we don't get through it, then this thesis starts to suck a little more. But that's why I take these two off in front of that guy, so we can, see if this is going to hold up, or if buyers are going to continue to push through back to the point of control, and get back into this value area here. So yeah, I mean, this guy's partying for sure. Somebody is getting filled like crazy right here still on this retest. So it can go either way. No, Pranav, I do not trade gold or silver. I tried to trade gold for like a week. It was a horrible week, so I don't touch gold anymore. Honestly, anytime I try to trade a new indice or a new anything, commodity, whatever, it's sometimes it's nice to me for like 10 seconds, and then sometimes it's not. It's not even nice to me for a moment. So anything on that list, like gold, oil, I've never tried to trade silver at all. So that's still in the unexplored territory. Yeah, it's kind of paid for. I'm thinking about taking that third one off, but this guy's really pushing. Yeah, I just see the bid pushing through this. And the other reason, the other reason EH here is like the seller is not on. I'm more on the long team right now, just based on how the day has gone. Like we're still holding this upper distribution. We've retested the open here. Retested the weekly open here, so we're above the weekly open. So if I'm going to be against either side here, I would rather be on the long side trying to get through a seller than a seller trying to push down the long side. So like all those little tiny context clues I take into account as well when I'm in a position when I'm trying to manage a position too. We got 20 points on that third guy. We'll just take it. Base hits, remember, folks. Chat, you're supposed to be reminding me about base hits. And I don't want to move this to break even. I'm going to move it right here. I'm going to hold it right there, right underneath that guy. Okay. Oh, thanks, Med. I seem cool. I assure you, I'm quite lame. I promise. Very lame. Stowe, I used 3 a.m. Eastern time for the London OR. Just 30 seconds. So 3 a.m. to 3 a.m. 30 seconds. Oh, Trump's on at the close? What close, Omni? Close of like 4 o'clock or this London close? Thank you. Thank you, Zaddy. Don't forget to trail your stop. Thank you. Almost did. Man, today is so slow. It'll make you double check that your chart's still on. This is some summertime stuff for sure. No, I'm not quite to break even on this, Don. I'm gonna take these 8 points. I think it can still come here, and I'm right. Here I'm wrong. So I don't know. I worked on that a lot over the weekend because last week I was clearly clueless as to how to move my stop around. it was like my first day. So yeah, I worked on that a little bit last week, and I don't want to always move it to break even. I still want to put it somewhere where I'm wrong, but I don't need to have, the full 15 points on there for it. So yeah, it's still a seller up there. This 840 area is also the value area high on the 5-day rolling volume profile, which is kind of like the highest time frame volume profile I actively look at. And that thing, I mean, for as much as a double distribution day as today is, like that 5-day rolling profile is crazy balanced. I'll pull it up again while we're just putzing around. Yeah, so you can see it. This dumb thing. There we go. So yeah, right up here. I guess it has it like 860s on this chart. But I mean, look at this. We're just kind of like, we got to the top of that. We could rotate right back down and still just be churning this big node. So I don't have crazy high hopes for that long. It's just trying to take some scalps. Steve says, I'm interested in finding a live trader news also. Anyone have a really good, what do you mean? What do you mean live? Like a squawk? They call it a squawk box? Squawk service? I know there's lots of those that exist. You can get them to yell at you and stuff when stuff happens. Daniel, this is a 750 volume chart. least the jams are good today. Jason Isbell radio is keeping me going. 4,000 clams a year. My word, that's a lot of money. Steve, I would, if I could give you my 2 cents on that, since I'm not doing anything else, and since I'm the only one with a microphone in this room, um, I wouldn't necessarily look for some sort of edge in knowing the news that just happened as far as like getting in a directional trade. Like if you're scalping and stuff like that, I wouldn't look too deep into that. It can be a very confusing place. I don't really know anybody that is able to instantly react to a news thing that drops in some sort of way that has any edge at all. JC, what is the name of the candle order book indicator? What do you mean? The indicator that's coloring the candles is called delta map. And then this over here is called the delta volume profile. They're separate things. We were talking about this. Yeah, unless algorithmic. I don't know. Somebody asked me that over the weekend. I said like I tweeted about the Trump and Elon stuff, and he was like, I'd like to know how the market makers are trading this. You know, how do they seem to know this stuff before it happens? And I'm just like, man, I don't really think that exists. I think that what I think happens is news comes out and a bunch of computer programs read that news extremely fast, and they're all programmed to react to it in different ways. So when you see a bunch of, whippy candles, that's all that's happening is, news happened, a bunch of robots read it super fast, and now they're all doing the thing that they were programmed to do. It doesn't necessarily have a reflection on, anything besides that. So that's why I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole unless you really want to. Yeah, GK also that. You're fighting an uphill battle trying to get news quicker than people that make a lot more money than we do. So it's funny. Well, 2020, when those words happen, it's like it doesn't go straight up. Sometimes it goes straight down, then straight up. It could be anything. I think it's just always best to just like, get out of the way when you see something like that coming your way, and just wait for the algos to hash it out, and then get your 20 points after that. You don't have to get the rip. You can get your base hit after everybody else is done beating each other up. And that's something I have to remind myself of all the time too. It's not as easy to do in real time, but ooh, somebody's getting spicy down here. See, that's why I don't want to move my stop. I want to be wrong where I'm wrong. I like this 820 area. Let me if I can see some reaction back above this, I might get another one. I like that little wiggle down there. Somebody offered like 200 lots and then pulled it quickly. And the bid seemed to step in right when that happened. So let's see, what do we get back in at here? We got 27, do 37. We'll see if this 840, see if we get back, test this 840 guy one more time. We'll keep an eye on this though. Yeah, EH, I agree. It's as this begins, if this starts to fill out down here, then I mean that just tells me this is just going to balance down here. It doesn't want to hold this. These buyers don't want to hold. If they give up and let us back in, then that's, you know, that's not going to lock us out. Oh, come on. Am I being a D for a T right here? You're going to fill me. There we go. Okay, cool. Nice. So we got a good ad there. And we're still leaning on this spot. So good. Another couple points. There's clearly a lot of biz going on here at this 840. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Bid seems happy. Nothing really there to talk me out of it yet. NQ came down and held, or I'm sorry, ES. Sorry, I'm saying everything backwards today. I'll be more focused in a couple weeks. But when Tanya and I were on together, I was looking for that 05, 06 spot on ES to hold. And it has held really well on several retests. So ES has not gotten to its overnight high yet. I'd still like to see that happen. I guess it got within a tick. I don't know. Do we count it? Does it count? Can some ES trader tell me if within a tick counts as a overnight high run? Nags, these stars are part of the Delta map tool, which is also what colors the candles. And what the stars do is you can set them to a certain threshold and it will tell you when the delta dominance of that number of candles flips from one side to the other. Like, for example, I think I have mine set to like 9 or 7, but it'll tell me like this is a period of candles and then this new candle had more bid dominance than offer dominance. And so it gives me a blue star to let me know that that dominance has changed. Same thing down here. This was a ton of selling. And then this was the first time that, there were more buyers and sellers in those candles. So this kind of gives me a context change down here. And then it's also flipped down here too. So when you get a bunch of them in line like this is kind of like it identifies a two-way trade area for me, which, it means that trend's not really in play right now, which is true to this entire day. Like the +1 standard deviation band is leveling out. The whole VWAP itself is leveling out. We're trying to fill in this LVN here. I bet by the time we get to the end of the day, you can watch the dudes at the close, but I don't know. Either this holds and we go higher, or this becomes just a balanced day today. That would be my guess. Just a guess. Not even really educated, just a total guess. One interesting thing about ES today is they did get back down and retest 6,000, but only 25 lots were traded there, and that was interesting to me. It didn't get a big sweep. It didn't get a big anything really. I thought that was strange. I wouldn't call it similar to cumulative delta, but yeah, it's different. It's not quite the same thing. You guys talking about gazillion pesos? There's a ton of absorption right here. And they moved the point of control down here now to this 840, dude. So it's gonna have to get real wiggly. But I mean, I like it still. It's bright blue. But big passive seller here, so it's gonna take a lot to get through. Overall, pretty happy about that. Didn't really try to push the edges. Stayed within my, my A game. When I got on, I was looking for this retrace to this 820 spot. I've hit it 3 times now. Got stopped on, I think, 3 of the lots I've put on. We're also through a lot of our stats. Overnight high broke. This was our IB break right here. That's kind of the end of the stat list that I look for. Yeah, I remember my first time streaming. It was like 3 months ago. It wasn't that long. It was yeah, it was much scarier than today. But that's the cool thing about trying new things. Eventually those new things become, you know, things that are manageable, and then you can try something else that's new. Yeah, not great. Yeah, lots of two-way up here. Jay, it's just honestly, it's a personal preference thing. The way that you can determine that for yourself is honestly just like to watch them all. Like Leo uses a 500 volume candle. I use 750. Merritt also uses volume charts. I think he uses 1500 for NQ. So it's all just really how fast you want the chart to feel. That's what I like about it. Is as volume comes into the market, it's the candles change based on volume, not time. So there are nuances that you can pick up on that pattern recognition wise. Just kind of like pulse of the market, vibe of the market, however you want to say that. So yeah, just check them out. Like go into replay, throw on a 500 volume chart, see how it feels. Just replay like different parts of the day too. Do the open, do the initial balance, like do the first hour of the day, then do some midday, then do the close. Also, I know a lot of people that trade Globex that drop their volume down for Globex. You can go down to 250. I don't personally do that because I don't trade Globex like that, but lots of different ways to do it. It's just a different tool to see the market a way that may click better with you. Rack City, I don't have a cold. I actually got bit by a tick and have I've got some early Lyme. It's not a big deal, but it feels a lot like COVID felt, actually, like super achy and just foggy, that sort of stuff. It's honestly not that big of a deal. It happens up here all the time. You know, you catch it early and then you just got to take antibiotics for a while and you're good to go. But that's the price you pay for trying to mow down a bunch of woods. Yes. Oh yeah, you're in Nashville. Yep, you got the similar stuff. Nags, how different is volume chart versus with range charts, or are they the same? I don't. What do you mean by a range chart, Nags? Oh, thanks, Trader Sam. Yep, trust me, I'm being careful. I'm on top of it. I'm not going to let a tick take me down. Yeah, that's what I got going, Trader Sam. Tons of it. 3 weeks worth. Ugh. Stopped out by a tick. You're killing it today. I'm gonna give you the dad joke award for that. Uh, that was too good. Oh, it's already noon. Shoot, I'm sorry. I have to remember that I'm, in charge of the goodbyes today. I almost made the production staff sit here and listen to me for 1,000 years. Um, Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to stick in this trade a little bit longer, but I think we're looking at a pretty balanced day today. Um, I think this afternoon is Leo and Nick at Trade the Close, so please be sure and come back for that. They'll be on. Trade the Close starts at 2:30 in the afternoon, so enjoy your lunch. Take your antibiotics if you have to, and yeah, and remember the most. Wait, no, I don't. Do I? Do I sign off with the gym sign off only once? I can't remember. Am I supposed to do it at the end of the show or at the end of both shows? All right, cool. Um, yeah, just remember the most important message of the day that I used to have written down, and I'll probably mess it up, but is be good to each other and take care of each other. And also, yeah, that's it. I don't know. Thanks, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.